Hello and welcome to Of Scribes and Men, or some may call it Of Sam, or if you will, Sam, the mad poet of thousands, soon to be 10,000s. A few disclaimers. The reason why, I don't know if I've said this before, but the reason why you'll see different fonts is to keep things a little bit more interesting for me so that things don't remain boring, which is why I will play with different fonts as I write each volume. Now, whether or not the published volumes will be in the different fonts, likely not. But yeah, another thing, I do have a lingering cough that I have gotten medicine for and all of that, so I will try and get through these readings without coughing too much. Just as a fair warning. And then, yeah, we are now reading the next 1,000. So from volumes 31 to volumes 40, which is the next 1,000th mark, which will mark 4,000 poems that I will have finished. So yeah, let's get into this and get the next milestone done, if you will. And of course, I've also marked what form each poem is. These ones are going to be a lot shorter than you may have seen in some of my past ones, but there are, when speed and things are in place, sometimes you gotta go short. Are the shores of life secure within the tempest's flow, a calm with no matter where wrath may go? Have we learned the turmoil of our mind that causes us rage and leaves our eyes blind? Who are we who bleed with pens in night under a moonlit lens? What offers to give for a soul to dare, for others to see all that's laid bare? There's a learning we seek from those of our betters, sprawled out onto pages, tucked into letters, a haunting tale of things long past, carried forward from one to the last. If tales of death are friends to one, then what of the tales of dreams that come, away from those who bask under the sun, as we question the darkness and its sum? Have we heard tales written of men without rest, grown in a lab all for a test, with horrors that come with reality's bite, that consumes all that it sees all within sight? Maybe I should drink some water. What temperance of a man lost to his ego? Any value of a king in all that we know, illusions of a crown in the mind of a fool, pride is our vanity in all that we rule. Time is a flicker gone by, hardly heeded, who counts for eternity when it's not needed. Yet we all struggle as we continue on, always around when everything's gone. Reason lost and the eyes have gone blind, people forgetting what's good or kind. Mindlessly in the system they're fed, not realizing at all even when dead. Will I bow to your creed for the people in need, when words are a lie as you wish them to die? Evidence heard of those who don't listen, corrupting the files along for the mission. Always gone when there's people in need, paid off by a villain in a system of greed. Two-faced people with no thoughts of their own, chained to evil while claiming to be good. Cracked the mirrors of their reflections shown, two-faced people with no thoughts of their own. Cat caught their tongue when we threw them a bone, places now empty in streets where they stood. Two-faced people with no thoughts of their own, chained to evil while claiming to be good. Bow to your betters, but your betters are unseen. Upon a wall of cardboard where it's wood you think you lean. 3 pigs and a wolf, I'm sure you've heard the tale. Who are you in the system when you're your own victim without fail? Allow me but a moment from a moment you cannot see, when all things have gone forgotten in names of who to be. The great equalizer until the time to depart, not knowing where you're going, not knowing where you'll start. Symptoms of a cause in a world that's beating, caught in a moment of hatred. Oh man, during time so fleeting, Is this how your life you wish to then spend? To cry and to yell in anger until your end? And well, at least this is nothing if not authentic if I'm doing this while still sick in the way that I am, or coughing at least. Strained cases washing along the shore, with gossip flooding from every building door, of creatures found across the beach, and although they try, they can never reach. Tales of adventure, but your body's a bore, always seeking less and never seeking more. What stories are there to tell of those locked inside? There is no mystery among the lonely who died. Insanity comes in creeping with a smile as paranoia tells in who to trust and confide. Is it a kiss of the hand when it draws blood, while in your memory's illusion come and flood? Tell me a tale, whether it be true or a lie, of men who without hearts who never die, who come to haunt the distant places, lost to time with history's traces. There are many things they claim they know, hidden behind masks of lies that won't show. And like the actions of a sly thief, they come to steal your thoughts and belief. You think you're crazy, and you probably are, watching love from both near and far, all for a risk you'll never go and pursue, as you keep asking the same question of what to do. Moments of splashing, waters upon puddles, constantly disturbed. Tip my hat to the matter of your folly. Don't mind the face looking so jolly. What did you expect from a jester on a wire, watching you set everything around you on fire? Crying into the void, seeking your attention from all who would come and listen alone. Mind your manners with those you meet, of those who have come to take their seat. Angels or demons, with whom do you play, disguised as humans? Careful what you say. Skill of a master you wish to claim, with no work or struggle to tame, crying about what you think is fair, all while wanting to be babied with care. Empires of man in the gold that they trust fall into pieces at the cost of their lust. Depravity a system no one will refuse, using the people who they wish to confuse. Styles of a man of whom to destroy, to those who have envy in the wars they deploy. Their ego elevated when they think they're on top, bound to a madness they no longer can stop. No reason to cry out, no reason to falter, as you lay it all down right at the altar. Why struggle alone with strength that will fade, when there's already a hand whose price has now paid? The crystallized snow, dressed upon the mountain peaks, nature's covering. They sit in their anguish, waiting for muses to come, for the cost of an idea, the cost of a sum. With bargains made they wish they could lower, as they produce, going even slower. They fell upon their words as fool of their own making, victims of their hubris, self-awareness now forsaking. Who are they who think they know all, when they're blind to the cliff that leads to their fall? Falling to sin like a space without gravity, enjoying themselves lost in depravity, while ignoring the treatment that brings them a cure, for why would they wish to be pure? Trials of dating that dating won't hear, swipe through a million who never draw near, stuck in a system with 2 fingers aplenty, desiring a call from ages past 20. We heard a voice of madness falling from the sky, pleading all to help them, pleading not to die. Yet when their life was saved, they went and asked why, for it was rude of us to save them from falling from the sky. Is time an illusion upon which we depend, of all that is wasted and every moment we spend, eternity in our blood, but our body breaks down, as we are waiting for a heavenly crown. Whatever comes in, now holding together within, treating it like a win, successfully resisting my temptations and sin. Gift of the many, and suddenly you fall, corruption seeping in with greed for all. When one is for all and all is for me, said by those in high ivory towers in glee. Floating in water like I'm going downstream, caught within my own ethereal dream, surfing the clouds high above the ground, listening to the song of the angels' sound. They all laugh, but what do they know? Looking confused as where I aim to go. A life lived that they cannot see when I chase the light that shines on me. Deal with a genie, better watch your head, for malicious actions that wish you dead, trapped in a lamp as they curse their fate, while plotting against the humans they hate. For what reasons are there to sell a soul? All for a moment, all for a goal. Obsessed with a system that consumes you within, all for a game everyone tries to win. Downfall of kings by the acts of their men, hid their desires, they wait for their stage. History is written by those with a pen. What shall we offer to those from the glen? Prophecies claim omens, words of a sage. Downfall of kings by the acts of their men. And who are they now who lord their domain? The ripped from the men, from their men, who lord their domain. Ripped from their hand like the word of a page. History's written by those with a pen. Witness of time when death comes again. Turmoil and struggles throughout every age. Downfall of kings by the acts of their men. Going through prayers and they end with amen. From victims of power trapped in a cage. Downfall of kings by the acts of their men. History is written by those with a pen. Screams of warriors in the battles they cry, as arrows are flung and each of them die. For the sake of their leader away from it all, one by one they eventually fall. Come to a state for a peace of mind where you see all around but not actually blind. Yet you've come to terms with it all to let others fight in the systems that fall. Actions have consequences which people forget as they play stupid games from a life's bet, then cry victim from the thing they created, not realizing they made the system they hated. Have we been met by the tales of disaster where warriors fight by the will of their master? Caused by slight against their power and greed, when they have much but not what they need. Laughter heard by the bold and the empty, filled over from bowls into their plenty. Greed is a sickness desiring more, as we all question what it's all for. All for the sake of appearing one-sided, separating groups to leave them divided. All for a conflicted, deny them their peace, and sell them to wars that will never cease. Why come after those whose truth has now shown of things that we all too had once known? Okay, let me start that over. Why come after those whose truth has now shown of things we all too had once known? Yet what are these tales of paying the piper who didn't bring mice but brought their own viper? Whom will you bleed, for whom will you die, down by the field where lovers did lie? Is your life so valuable to go abandon and run, as they watched in horror of what you've just done? Witness of those who've lost the spine, with honesty in rapid decline. If you want to escape, there should be a comma there. If you want to escape, place the highest bid, and no one will question anything you did. There are many questions under the sky as we reach out our hand as we try to make a sense of all that we don't know while trying to figure out where to go. Words of honor, they shatter like glass from those who claim they have class. Yet who are they cover in rags as they try and collect their false tags? All those good intentions making things worse, offering of gifts and we're now adverse. Offering of gifts and we're now adverse. No, it should be and we're now adverse. Now we're adverse. Offering of gifts and now we're adverse. There we go. From those with fickle minds who never follow through, now left with their mess not knowing what to do. Passive aggressive, let it bleed into my poetic words, then tie the knot and send them free in origami birds. From those who said they'd help but then hide, while time passes, learning they always lied. Yeah, passive aggressive, let it bleed into my poetic words, then tie the knot and set them free in origami birds. From those who said they'd help but then hide, while time passes, learning they always lied. There we go. Sake of your loneliness, treating kids as a shield. For what's better for them is best for me, you say. For with fights against conviction you won't yield. Call me the witness who watches every day. Stranger in my house with the guise of a friend, with nothing to offer and no help to spend. Relationships take two, but only when it benefits you, never willing to look at it from another view. We fell for silent lies, spoken with silver tongues, to all those who they took for granted. Pity. Words of my offering, why do you lie? Call me a sphinx, asking the riddle why, as I watch you wiggle and squirm like a cat who's caught a worm. Ache of loneliness when surrounded by people, the very worst kind. Here is my offering, let me see you bleed, from the cries of the victims in their need. Corner of a smile as I watch you fall, from the heroes I had to call. Did you weigh the risk when you didn't comply, as you laid on the ground in pain while you die? Oh, how it all could have been avoided, if you hadn't attacked the people you exploited. Caught in another lie, well, isn't that shocking, if you couldn't tell by blatant mocking? Not my blatant mocking, not by. Caught in another lie, well, isn't that shocking, if you couldn't tell my blatant mocking? When it is your reputation that continues to fall as you head towards your man-made pitfall. Questions of morality and no one is fine, as we all fall into our sins and our decline, needing a savior to come and save so that we can escape from our grave. Come at me with a smile from lips who set out to beguile, and a dress so sensual with eyes of ruby red. How many men before have you left behind dead? Take a breath for a peace of mind, while rage seeks to leave you blind. Slow down and begin to reflect of the reason it comes to effect. All the pressures that cause us to tire, with lack of sleep that come to conspire, when our bodies break down as we desire rest, yet life always comes around to test. Offerings of time for money to spend, all for a system trapped without end. What would we give to go and be free, for our body and soul tends to plea. You can only be a pillar for so long before cracks show, as they go ignored even though everyone tends to know. Then they question while we eventually break, when there's only so much pressure we can take. There are many ways we have all been blessed, yet how much of it have we gone and expressed, with thanksgiving in our heart to God to give, and all of the gifts He constantly gives as we live. Tides of war, and you call them a coward, as they fight against monsters and things they devour. Tell me where your bravery would be against such creatures too horrifying to see. Distractions come like a temptress sway, guiding your eyes and leading you astray. As you try to do what you must, what can one do when their eyes you can't trust? Tossed out of the window from the towers we fall, seconds to go before death makes their call. No path to pick or way to survive, with no water below in which way to dive. Glance of a smile. Glance of a smile, something wicked this way comes. Say so it doesn't. Brace yourself and begin to run at the sound of drums. Call you the hare that the foxes now hunt. Now what did you ever do to be caught in a manhunt? Prophecy foretold of omens at the end of days. Bow to the system and call them our king. Believe the advisors and the lies they bring. Are you proud of the division and blood spilled? From the wrath in your cup they've gone and filled. Whatever happened to the fairy tales that terrified, lost throughout ages into softer systems applied? Careful now your offense is showing, with the minds of mice with no ways of knowing. You stare into screens like they are a mirror. What can you see when nothing is made clear? Bits and pieces, and you're brought into rage, like rabid monkeys locked in an invisible cage. Fire to fire, who will send my soul into elation, like a wildfire that leads to destruction and creation. Yet here I am, floating in my lonely abyss, my voice crying out, but my presence they miss. Night comes as bait to those who dream, where illusions are never as they may seem. An artist plays with the ideas that surf in the air, before catching every single one down without care. Wrath of a blizzard through the winter storm in isolation. Frosted trees and snow cover the animals hiding within. Yet I am my own hiding spots in the crowds I don't belong. Freedom is a luxury of those with money and power, from the systems they create within their ivory tower. So how can we not be above the law's reproach, as deceitful darkness creeps in as it begins to encroach? Hammer by hammer and the sparks that fade, yet the blacksmiths will not notice or be swayed, all for the sake of their obsession for creation, so that they can gaze upon their work in admiration. Careful what you wish for at the end of day, lest upon your door someone comes knocking away, with offerings too good to be true within a deal, all for the sake of a soul for you to go and steal. I heard the laughter of the mad caught within the glint of an eye. You smile as you wish me to die, all like an unwanted nomad. How did it all become this bad? Coming closer as you still smile, with ruby red lips that beguile. Excuse my sudden confusion, am I caught in your illusion, for my death for you to defile? Ways we all struggle to handle our strife, all while we track our problems of life. From distraction to discipline, what will we choose, no matter the path our sleep we lose? Where are the things I tried to conquer? The things I tried to fight? Yet I would go on to squander all the time in sight. How many regrets do all of us face? Perhaps to humble us all in our place. Yet there are lessons of which we must learn, for a path to the future for which we must turn. When will I be in a place I enjoy, for the values of work I would deploy, no longer caught in a place I struggle and hate, reaching forward to my goal and my fate? There comes a time we must put aside the things we have done along with our pride, while learning humility for inner peace within, to shed out our problems right off of our skin. What will we sacrifice to reach for the stars, to bleed out our skin and trace all our scars? Life has a way to weather you down, so try to make sure you don't let yourself drown. Ambush away in the ways that they fight, for the sake of their freedom with all of their might. Revolutions are rarely ever truly without blood, as people fight through their rain in the mud. Sake of our sleep and their dreams to take, battles of our sanity for our mind to wake, things we could have done better, it's not always wise to follow the law of the letter. They come forward to claim a crime when no one notices a small area of time. By the time they're done, who would then know? The ones who committed, knowing not where they go. There are many things I've done to myself that have affected my body's poor health. Not learning from my lesson, I keep doing the same, acting unaffected like it's all just a game. Time I go faster, times I go slower, to set things aflame with a handy flamethrower, as ideas then burst into sight, as I try and catch, and some even fight. If there was a path forward, I would take it, financially stable so I wouldn't forsake it. Oh, the things I would give and I do, to work in a place I enjoy through and through. Ever so stunted, what is our query as we try to reach our own glory? What madness is this that seeps into my mind, trying to set things up and aligned? Step by step as the others zoom past, each in our race, but I always come last. Perhaps the consequence of asking for patience to give, not knowing this was how I would live. Have we learned our lesson as we ever tried to find a path that was given by a helpful guide? Yet in our hubris could we truly see the path that was meant for you and for me? And that is going to be it for volume 1. I do apologize for the coffee and the congestion. Once again, I am working on getting through a con plague, if you will, when I went to Fan Expo, and that's why I have this. But yeah, we'll move on to 32, and then eventually we'll go all up to 40, and then I'll do the recap of it all, like my thoughts after doing 4,000 poems. But I digress. That is going to be it for this video. Until next time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. I am your host, Sam, the mad poet of thousands. And, I still have the cough. Hopefully I won't cough as much this time as I did last time. But I still have it. Still on our journey to reach the 4,000th milestone, which is going to be volume 40. So reading volumes from 31 to 40 before. If you've been here before, you know how this works. So let's just jump into it. And of course the fonts are to spice things up for me. There are strange things that come in howling, sheep like wolves in the way they're prowling. Did you, the skinwalkers, rise on their hind legs? Wait, hold on. What? Did you, the skinwalkers? Did you, the skinwalkers, rise on their hind? How does that make sense? What was I? Well, was I in like a weird sleepy delirium when I wrote this? Skinwalkers is one word, first of all. I'm pretty sure it is. And then, hold on, let me just. Yeah. So, did the skinwalkers rise on their hind leg? There we go. It was the U that was, and the skinwalkers. Let's go over this. There are strange things that come in howling, sheep like wolves in the way they're prowling. Did the skinwalkers rise on their hind leg? Well now, that's no way for you to go and beg. Guests of a mansion gather together in elation. Haughty are her ways, floating above those who seek her favor. If we were to laugh at what we see, we would surely then die. Grace of my hand shall I hand you a bow. Of those who desire used to kowtow. Yeah. You shall get no servitude from me. If I must leave the land, then so shall it be. For the sake of modern art, toss a fruit at a wall, as people gasp and pretend, walking down the hall. Gasping. No, that was, yes. No, that's right. For the sake of modern art, toss a fruit at a wall, as the people gasp and pretend, walking down the hall. Oh, to be so impressed, but such ideas never seen. And if that is your taste in art, then I'm not so keen. Back against the door, do you wish to die, accompanying the graves where you'll lie? Of all the trigger fingers of the Wild West, best not put itchy men to the test. Things slip on through that you should not see, creeping closer with signs it's time to flee. Careful not to let men like Odysseus leave you behind, as you try and escape the contract you went and signed. Floating on down, playing games with the Reaper, death at the door, well, aren't you such a keeper? Do you think you'll win when you see him smile? Best take a seat, for you'll be down here a while. Sacrifice, for the sake of the stars, as we dream. Monsters of the forest silently stalking, from shadow to shadow it continues walking, soul turned red from all it's consumed, of foolish men whose souls have been doomed. Desperate men from those who ramble, of their addiction to the games as they gamble. Be sure to grab onto some paper and pen as I show you another way to ruin among men. Life full of needs, yet all we do is play, ignoring it with escapism every day, as we try to continue and run, as debt keeps following until all is done. Music like seasons that come in haunting our eyes, the autumn's parade. Left in the haze and my brain goes flat, thoughts gone empty, gone wondering where people are at. Always the same message to eternally see as we question our mind's sanity. Questions of the night as it sees us awake from pieces of time the nocturnal came to take, as we stare at the lights from the near to the far, while others draw closer to those who to become a star. I laid on the floor to stare at the ceiling, to question my life and how I'm feeling, from existential dread that dawns on every year, watching us closely of our regret and our fear, breaking winter ice through the warming of the spring, transient season. Shall I laugh at those of woeful nature, of those who struggle in pain? Shall I laugh at those of woeful nature, from those who greet us to gain? From those who use greed to gain? Shall I laugh at those of woeful nature, while others pray for some rain? Shall I laugh at those of woeful nature, and all who seek more time to obtain? Shall I laugh at those of woeful nature? Have any of us faced our own vanity, eye to eye with our own sanity, all for the weight of our own measure, due to the vice of our pleasure? Have you ever been beset by a myriad of sudden regret as you look back into the past that eventually leads us to be downcast? Rules come down to those who didn't listen, from kings and rulers of the land. Rules came down to those who didn't listen, lessons not learned as ages spanned. Rules came down to those who didn't listen, among the marvels of the small and grand. Rules came down to those who didn't listen, sitting in places kings once would stand. Rules came down to those who didn't listen, as men in shadows smiled for all went as planned. Rules came down to those who didn't listen. He took all the wealth he had to live of pleasure, thinking the parties of the nights held all the treasure. Yet there are several ways this story could go, but there's one story that comes to mind that you know. Styles of the mad depraved of their joy, from the ways of their mind they no longer enjoy. Fall upon the sane to draw from their well, turn normalcy into pravity where all who now dwell. Waves to wonder in the eyes of a child as imagination runs like the wild in the wild. Waves of wonder in the eyes of a child as imagination runs like the wind in the wild. What is better than keeping that heart towards past joys to never be apart? Neon lights in bright hues of red, down the streets where the night has led. Inhibition sent out into the air as people party without care. The shining moonlight reflecting off of buildings, a lunar embrace. Things we ponder among our dream, ripped apart by the thread of a wakeful seams. Forgotten memories of a world that never was, that leaves us sitting with such a pause. What matters of men in the works that they toil, that the works of the land, the works of the soil, while others stare with vacant eyes, who open their mouths as fools among the wise. Styles of cloth in the things that we wear, from mild to bold as some would go dare, to be invisible for attention alike, for a tip of the brain and a dopamine strike. The kingdoms of old through the seven wonders around, a lost history. Life fades away at the end of its era, like dried up along Life fades away at the end of its era, like the dried up life along the Sahara. Where nature once flourished overtaken by sand, so too is the essence of life that slips through our hand. We heard the bell toll at the strike of noon. We heard the bells toll at the strike of noon, knowing signs of a dead man would appear soon, from convicted crimes or perhaps full of wrath, eventually stopped by the hero's path. Many questions arise from those who have not, from the silence of the rich and that all that they've got. So what is it to truly gather and serve? For the sake of the people, they have not the nerve. Crackling a fire amidst a winter blizzard, comfort of the hearth. Chills that sink into bone of a season's death and moan, lingering longer than it should down where the frost now stood. Places for marriage I'd still go ignored, and places set up to go be adored, known for their matchmaking of 100%, yet my presence alone of that record will dent. Sounds of laughter from children who smile, of all the toys and games they go and pile, as we watch the innocent we have not lost, wondering the worth, wondering the cost. A failure that causes us grief through lessons. Man of ambition and fire, trying to achieve his desire, yet how can we grow and learn when the paths when in the paths we burn. Are we part of a system we cannot face, stuck in our ways in matter of case? How can we change while ignoring the new? For who does that save in all it will do? Allow me to bow to your folly right on down, present you a crown for a king or a clown, as words of your subject full and deaf ears. So beware the nightmares that come with your fears. The thawing of snow as warmer weather comes in the birth of spring. Traveling along a path unknown, through the trees where the sun once shone, covered in shadow of branches and leaves, into a shaded grove of nature's sleeves. Secrets unfolding into a mind of the aware, information brokers to wield what they dare. Power is knowledge to the ones who can use it, with tricks of the trade of those who abuse it. Dive into the waters below, flow where the waters go, through the waves of time, while trying to reach an eternity sublime. Cry victim for free offerings undeserved. What's one more body for two, one without love, of all the bodies that come to shove, in order to feel something and have their way, yet feel empty still at the end of every day? The smell of the air for a nostalgic heart, and the place of their life came to start. As the old fell away in the times of change, nostalgia the only constant that doesn't feel strange. Nightmares changing into our daydreams while hearing the knocking on the subway beams. Are they strangers or monsters that come in as we watch those who smile and grin? Incense of flowers and the colors of seduction that draws beauty in. What ways of men that cower in fear of all they love and could hold dear? Too nervous? Nah, that should be 2-0-2-0. Too nervous. Too nervous to move or make a play before holding up until the end of day. What matters of madness at the end of a key? Unlock the place we can never be. For while many search and seek and to find, the ruins are everything but ever kind. What have we to work for beyond the sake of the living and more? As many meander through it all, never hearing the whisper, never hearing the call. Mighty men of old, through battles that they fight, matters of glory. We heard not the resilience of those who would weep, of parents and lovers to cry in their sleep, heartbroken over that which is gone, not knowing how to face the dawn. What reasons to sing from a siren's cry, from riddles asked as the Sphinx asks why, tales of myth and monsters and heroes of men, these stories of old, all with a parchment and pen. What need do I have to panic, like a madman and the manic, when I can bring about peace and calm by opening a Bible and reading a psalm? Forsaken honor, for the sake of the warriors, loyalty from men. I did not tell the tales that they forgot, for information is power when information is bought. Memory is now a price one must pay, to recall the past and to recall your last day. A moment of time of harrowing, when shadows come and start narrowing, seeking that which they long to consume before coming in, sealing your doom. Let it fade away with the follies of my youth, from the realities of life, speaking its truth, of a time in history never to be corrected, despite our desires, so we objected. Desires of the mind for a moment of rest, before the terrors come along as a guest. Insomnia haunting with the illusions we see. What can you escape if you're never actually free? They say that time destroys the most valiant of men, lost through history of a pen. Stories made by those who can write, so beware the hand you bite. Unwavering peaks of mountains covered in snow, a bulwark of ages. Lessons of the world and the cultures that span across civilizations built by the hands of a man, guided by systems in the history we rarely can see, as we question the stories of all that could be. Drifting away as the eyes close off for sleep, from a price to pay of a sleepless nights to reap, as it comes haunting us into the day, lulling us into a nap and sleep it all away. Temptation's allure brought with a smile to bring to the knees all they beguile, siphoning out all their devotion with a touch of the hand and a sway of emotion. Temperance of self, meditation of the mind, actions in balance. Toss a coin into the wishing well, down below where wishes dwell. Say a prayer and say it twice, and hope you paid a proper price. Styles of men in all that they wear, for presence and beauty, for to all who would care. Elegance is not just in the ways one might dress, but in the ways to others one goes to impress. Desperation calls to those in need, price of their blood, pain and greed. What matters of men to do what they must, whether desires for greed or desires for lust. Consumption of a raging fire and hunger. What is the price of a deal for the cost of desires to pay, for temptation so real you'd struggle to stay away? Offer a finger for a ring to be, glimmer in the sun for all to see, deception or honor, what is its due, in the eyes of those who always see true? Shall we fade into the distance where no one will see, among an act of segments of three, when the curtains closes and finally gone, as away as we shall be upon the next dawn? Cry to your masters for what whom you bleed, you who out of their hands they feed. Are you proud of where you bow, caught into chains placed onto you now? Looming shadows of dark-lit alleyways that grow at midnight, where the movement of the moonlight casts upon eerie faces. Will you fight this depression that comes encroaching within? Embrace the masquerades of lies while facing the truth you deny. Embrace the masquerades of lies, and no need to ever ask why. Embrace the masquerades of lies, where dead men wake as they die. Embrace the masquerade of lies, beware the soul sound of a child's cry. Embrace the masquerade of lies, there's no escape although you'll try. Embrace the masquerade of lies, with the kiss of a dance that makes you sigh. Embrace the masquerade of lies, fall into the temptations you can't defy. Embrace the masquerade of lies. What will you believe when all is covered in smoke? Of the ones behind the ethereal voices that spoke? Will you try to obtain the mist of desire that lights up and burns you with fire? Tea with the reaper over matters of death, of all those who've breathed their last breath, in places ravens watch with clairvoyant eyes, for secrets of the blind and wise. Make a wish, but not to the wish keeper, at least you fall face to face with the reaper, under the darkness dwelling of Nyx. Well, now what will you do? Now what were you so desperate to fix? Under sleepless nights, staring up, nestled in my bed. Hypnotic voice echoes affecting the mind, from the weavers they all signed. Now every secret bleeds on out, while performers make them cluck and shout. Tip my hate to one man to another, to the world comes along to try, as the world comes along to try and smother, while each of us fights our way through, for there are many things still left to do. Beg for mercy as the price of obedience, while caught up in civil disobedience. Call it a riot, but beware who you harm, before the death from your hand works its charm. Heat of the summer causing everything to melt, including our skin. Separate the parts, let each go their way, and hope they return at the end of day, not carrying things along so haunting inside. If you see the return, is it them or another guide? What will you offer for a moment of rest, to leave you no longer distressed, peacefully sleeping all the way through? Things exercise will do for you. Fake illusions placed on the skin for false beauty to try and win, with deception in its guise as the world embraces the lies. Our sacrifices they gifted to turn into slaves. Called into witness those who could not see, for a caught man who could not flee. Yet what stories do the blind have to tell, within their webs of lives to go and sell? Fighting the self, becoming exhausted, all for the sake of our detoxing. Fighting the self, becoming exhausting, all for the sake of our detoxing. The youth grow old and the old die young, back when it all had once begun. Battles through the night faced with sleep, Through the places full of the caffeine I keep. Swallow it down, yet there is no effect. Into the brain I long it to affect. Lighting the lantern into a sudden new world. Tales of Isekai. The body fights with the brain, while the brain tries to keep us sane. All while we down drink after drink of energy to allow us to finally think. Would you wield the blades of the unwilling along the lines of a soldier that comes filling for a battle to fight where there is no end, as reinforcements are asked to go and send? Grab a disguise and slip right on in, watching the debauchery filled with sin, all to gather the secrets they hide, for what can one do when they lied? Watching eyes towards every move of the game, hammering it out and continuing on, knowing now where all have gone. Delivery's ready for them to go take before they come to forsake. Fall into the water and embrace its depth, kept by a single hair's breadth, from those who did not listen while gathering around a lost mission. This is not supposed to be bold, so I'll just... And that is going to be it for volume 32 until tomorrow, where we take care of either 2 or 3 more volumes. We'll see. I'll see how I'm feeling. I'll see where I'm at. But until then, that is going to be 32. Until next time. Bye. Hello and welcome back. I am your scribe, Sam, the mad poet of 1,000, or thousands in this case, soon to be the mad poet of 10,000s. We are on to volume 33. Yes, I do have a persistent cough. You will have to excuse me for that. I'll try and get through this as best as I can without killing myself. But I gotta get these done now that I've reached the next milestone, which is 4,000 poems. And hopefully I'll be cured by the time we get to the Villanelles volume, which is going to be volume 40. But I digress. Let us get on with it. A solemn vow, yet I have no speech. Onward to the masses for a lesson to reach, held together by the semblance of string, cut from the fates and ruins it brings. Words never loud and clear, echoing in the distance, towards men who sing from wars of resistance. What is peace when it's not paved with blood? And who are we to judge the reasons for the flood? Call me a one-hit wonder covered in pages of flowing ink mixed with words of the sages, hidden among the plain places, while leaving behind countless traces. Bleeding ink, like the way I breathe. Poetry. Do you hear the silence of hidden emotional violence? Shh. We're suffering no internal fight. Have some fuel of gas for that light. Falling into a place I hate, looking at my wretched state, how could I ever truly live without the love that Jesus has to give? Battle with the self as insanity creeps in, questioning everything deep within, while trying to figure out who I am through an existential exam. Translucent crystal forming patterns in the ice, a frozen beauty. What have we sacrificed to obtain fame? Ever watched and never the same. Life is an entertainment and you are the show. Did you expect this to be how things would go? Battle with fatigue that doesn't go away. It is wisdom to know where it points. Late nights to lack of sleep day by day, now affecting the hearts and joints. Fall into a slumber when you're counting sheep. Fall into a slumber, into a peaceful sleep. Fall into a slumber, let death not come to reap. Fall into a slumber, you are ours to keep. Fall into a slumber. Everything has its place throughout life in our race. What will you offer and give to move past others and try to live? Things gone blurry and eyes can't see, signs in fog where strange things be, with each and every struggle to go on and claim that victory upon that dawn. essence of the self that longs to die, as we seek answers to the why, from the mind that fights with itself for the sake of its body and health. Falling stars at night, performing a midnight show for all those awake. Zoning out and into an unconscious state, no matter how we try, it becomes our fate, whether in sleep or death alike, when the Sandman comes in with his strike. On the clock and struggling to stay no. On the clock and struggling to stay awake, to not fall down for my soul to take, away from the light and the noise of the city, before waking up into reality. What a pity. Trapped in the chains in the cage you made, for the sake of the living and being paid. As the clock strikes when time is due, did we ever notice or have a clue? Blinking eyes while fading away into sleep. Sneak up on sleep you're welcome to try, with its ever-watching vigilant eye. And now you've gone unconscious right on down. Do you feel peaceful laying down on the ground? Been a while before caught in their eyes. Before the kiss that made them sigh, for memories held in places alone. Been a while before caught in their eye. Before the kiss that made them sigh. It's been a while before caught in their eye, before the kiss that made them sigh. From the memories held in places alone, while in the robes for their sins to atone. Fan into flame, the power is the same. Through the struggles of life, fall into the flame, the power is the same. Through struggles of life, those struggles for life is never the same, is never tame. Those struggles for life is never tame. There we go. Sometimes you gotta fix things after you made them. Those struggles for life is never tame. Peaceful at times before years of pain that swallow a man like a hurricane. Falling neon rain onto icy pastel streets. Winter's soft colors. What to play, with what to try, with what to write, with my fingers and eye. Across the keyboard with each keystroke, with all the thoughts and ideas to poke. Coming days of glory held within a laurel, placed upon the head like a crown of pride. Test not what I know or whom I speak, of all the secrets the shadows leak, lest you become a muted voice with them all, where in the darkness none can hear your call. Cry of the eagle soaring across the blue sky, the hunt now begins. Fighting waves of fatigue before my body drops, to set things in motion before everything stops, before transported into a place you do not wish to be, and in those dreams to see things you do wish not to see. With whims of women for the men they steal, away from relationships for pacts to deal. With powers that be as they leave you broken, beware the velvety touch of those who have spoken. Thoughts of the mad who can understand why they do what they do upon the land, with all the experiments they put in place, while waiting for the heroes to go and give chase. Falling to pieces, sleep deprived, as the body groans. How long has it been since I've seen clearly, while on autopilot, holding on to things so dearly, looking at the works of my mind and hands, while following the pieces of all the strands. They long to be slow and tormented, yet where am I, questioning everything right under the sky, as with the flick of the wrist and the words come out, summoned from the void like an ethereal shout. Stuck in the middle, and I cannot see the things I do or the effects there'll be. Yet I often sit there with a pause, pondering if there ever would be such a cause. Suddenly, smiles upon the face, in good cheer. Give me weapons, give me breath, give me all the time I have left, for the sake of vengeance, for my cause, despite the system and all their laws. Frustration creeps into my mind, hearing all the words of fools, all while staying willingly blind, enabled by parents and corrupt schools. How can one obey the laws of the land if they go against the laws of God? Brought like a golden, brought like a gotcha within your hand, your argument, I'm afraid, is rather flawed. He whose mind is as slow as a sloth knows very little of the world around him. To you, O great seer and dreamer of dreams, who watches and understands the stars at night, with wisdom and thoughts like an owl, and understanding of the tales of Anansi, who brings in ideas as fast as a cheetah. Your thoughts are greater than ours as we watch you teach new wonderful ways. You bring unto the children different paths, and teach hunters ways to hunt like a jaguar. O mighty dreamer, many lessons are held in your tales, your wisdom hidden from those with no understanding. We give you our praise in many songs, and thank you for all new things you have taught. Mighty is your mind, and mighty are your ways. Let us give thanks to the dreamer of dreams. Waves of righteousness from ways of restraint, rules to live through by ways of a saint, under the guidance of the word of life, so as to be able to go through all kinds of strife. Ways of passion, have you got the time? Let it be ignored by desires of the sublime. When your body is in pleasure, but the soul is rotting away, is it worth it to suffer in your eternal decay? Excuse the moments of insanity when the voices echo in your head. Excuse the moments of insanity and their desires for you to be dead. Excuse the moments of insanity. Don't entertain that coming dread. Excuse the moments of insanity when intrusive thoughts wish to be fed. Excuse the moments of insanity, the moments hallucinations lay in your bed. Excuse the moments insanity, the moon has begun to bleed. Excuse the moments of insanity. Be careful of the things that begin to feed. Excuse the moments of insanity. Noises too heavy as blood trickles down, as they stain that pure white gown, like a ghostly echo that begins to creep. For what is rest when the dead don't sleep? Sunshine valleys and a broken heart, under clouds of gray and a new place to start, caught between paths of light and dark, not knowing where to go and leave your mark. Careful what you ask for it might just creep in. Right on through that open door and allowing danger to begin. The warrior's pride at the edge of their honor, shone with discipline. All these thoughts haunting the mind, if they were lights, they would leave one blind, like a solar flare across the night sky, and all the ideas they would supply. You stand your ground, but the ground is cracking by the force of weight of all who come in attacking. Only time will tell how soon all will fall before being aided by any manner of help you call. They call me a fool by the truth I see, while tasting the honeyed lies like a devotee. Caught by the crimson blood we bleed, chained down never to be freed. When everything burns in passion, as the flesh gives in. Perfume of flowers with scents across the spring they go right. Early arrivals of insects chirping throughout the countryside. Never shall I have an absence of sources to draw upon. There is an acrostic here. This is an acrostic Cijo. I did put an acrostic into the Cijo form. Kudos to anybody who gets it. Shall I ever go numb with the words I write, like an automated machine with no end in sight, all for the sake of a goal to reach, for the future to overlook and never teach? What reasons do I have to wait for a muse in order to take charge and light my own fuse, to understand the ways that I work and tick as I begin to produce from the ether ever so quick? Handful of cake shall I allow you to eat, made from your hands as you take your seat. As idioms invade outside of a figurative state, why should you have to suffer and wait? Boredom enters the mind, and I begin to create, all for the sake of escaping the state. Ideas and words begin to flow onto pages, to last for a time into its ages. What do you run from? What do you desire? As you stand at the edge, staring into the fire, what will you be willing to sacrifice to pay the cost, to pay that price? I have but one goal to go and reach. Although I may announce I shall not preach, I shall let my work speak for itself, and perhaps it shall lead to the path of wealth. They call it rather delicious, in acts some might call vicious, when a kitten begins to attack and bite, as it tries to wiggle away with all its might. Come at me with the start of a smile. Who am I for them to seduce and beguile? With attention gathered and now feeling vindicated, while my ego begins to feel rather elated. Obsession bordering on along the streets of the mad, of all the desires we wish we had. What lines are you willing to cross, to leave behind in a matter of loss? They say we're going down as we're falling, and games many would come and find appalling. One by one they all almost die, and for the sake of fun, no one questions why. Shooting stars at night, auspicious signs from the sky, heaven's prophecy. Okay, so it's not. Okay, so it's the same. Okay, anyways. Must poetry rhyme? Well, allow me to come in chime. It depends on the kind, along with the mind of the poet who wrote it. Structure is not always restricting, and being free can be conflicting. There are many a form and many a style, all of which to learn can be short or take a while. Like the prose of a pro written with pen and ink, more thought is required than one may think. Yet, shall I stick to one system and let things grow stale? Like moldy bread and a cup of bitter ale? What refreshing water shall that bring? For I desire to have my poetry soar and sing. Am I mad or merely disappointed at all the craft that has gone and appointed, wasting away their potential with the hands they write, stuck in their system, never trying with all their might? Fall into the system you've created, to leave the cages built rather satiated. The doors are open, but you wander blind. Perhaps one day you'll come to see and find. Along the ship that sails at sea, traveling wherever it may go and be, by the shores of the ocean deep, what do ships dream of when they sleep? Hands full of items, what will you drop when by the road someone yells stop? Bags in the hands, but they begin to fall. Which do you catch between them all? A state of delirium and the mind goes crazy, when your head and eyes feel rather hazy, waiting for the moment things become clear. So for the time, might as well as come and stay here. Wishing well, where hopes are tossed in, what's its cost? Desires held at the edge of sleep, from those who cry and weep. Stillness a lesson for those who will hear, drawing everything coming near. There are questions I ask of the paths that I take, laying in bed, whether in dreams or awake. Questions held at the edge of my mind, yet often I feel like I'm scrambling blind. Down for a moment, call it a hit and run. Come and look at what my mind has done. Temperance in nature for it to create. Blink and you'll miss it, but maybe that's fate. I should put a comment there. Sacrifice, whether good or bad, leads somewhere. Moments of distraction that guide us away, where time becomes a void every day, before we stare up and wonder where all of it's gone, while into the vice of our Babylon. Tempting desires falling into the hands of lust, reaching out hands to sickly sin, and who can we trust? Crying for mercy from above for this repentant heart, then cleaning oneself off before going off to a new start. Nothing is ever the same at the end of day. With all the games we go and play, escapism taking the reins as it rises, coming at everyone in different disguises. Blood red sakura flowing under a blood root moon. Superstitions rise. The silent mountain where crystal waterfalls flow down to the village where time itself has slowed down, bringing farmers serene peace. Cursing men while wondering why they are in pain, self awareness gone where there's nothing to gain, and not realizing they've been taught the art of hate as they continue to wonder while they're in a lonely state. Pay the debt or begin to bleed, a price to pay for the cost of your deed. All actions have consequences, don't bother to run, as many will know all that you have done. Coolness of the bed, when we sleep, a special comfort. Ages of kingdoms men once did know, of grand structures they all would show, gone now through time's passing flow, no more crowns to bestow, or as all are brought low, as we all know, of our loss and the cost. Feelings difficult to swallow, while feeling rather hollow, passing the time through lust and sin, never questioning yourself within. Stare into the mirror, do you hate what you see? With the cracks of your soul of who you wish to be, there's merely one foot to place in front and walk to obtain all of your goals you once did talk. Invisible chains while trapped inside, thinking we're free in the illusions they lied, while others slowly begin to awaken before quickly becoming forsaken. When they all lied, as they went and defied, like tales of Jekyll and Hyde, before going and tossing all of us aside, when all we tried to do was guide. Acts of crimes for one to come and accuse, when sly hands pass by, where we can't refuse. So be quick with the wit and let it all slide, and let conflict to come in and collide. Facing the pain we all find appalling, while trying to see ways to go stalling, but time cares not as it goes on past, so figure out a plan that will last. There's nothing new under the sun, said the wisest man upon a throne. Through thousands of years what has been done, all of which has not been discovered alone. Through thoughts of romance and love, like petals flowing down from above. Yet here I am, looking at empty hands, pondering all of my simple demands. Pondering all of my simple demands. The flowing river, through the essence of the spring, life begins to rise. Intrusive thoughts invading our mind, like telling us to rob a man so blind, of words spoken from the worst thoughts inside, things which should never go and be tried. Voices erupting out of nowhere, thinking we're hearing things here and there, voices that quickly call our name. Should we answer, would we ever be the same? We burn time like it's expendable of a system we don't see as dependable. So what then shall we now go and do with the presence left behind like a peaceful clue? Into peaceful dreams while sleeping within a cool bed. For the sake of sanity shall we deny ourselves sleep before the weariness comes to take and keep, now dazed and confused, not knowing who we are, while staring into the void from afar. Step in to remember one moment too late, while after the memory comes back in perfect state, as we then let out a curse inside, despite all of our struggle as we went and tried. We stand up and sway side to side, not unlike a drunk man who comes inside, before we go and fall into our bed, falling asleep as we finally rest our head. Matters of practice for those willing, for the pages that need to be filling, brought together by talent and skill, while taking pauses to go and refill. There we go. And that will be it for today. It'll be volume 33, and next one will be volume 44. And you know how this is going to go. It's going to go all the way up to 40, and then things are going to be a little weird a little quiet, at least, request or whatever come in, or I react to something. Who knows? But until then, see you guys for the next one. I should probably be wearing something that should contrast the black that I have on me. If I'm going to be wearing cloaks and stuff. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Of Scribes and Men. Welcome to the channel. I am your mad poet, Sam. And yeah, we are on, or I am on a journey to reach 10,000 poems by November 2026. Every time I reach the next 1,000 that I do, so every 10th volume that I hit, so 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Every time I hit one of those landmarks, I read all of the poems, which is like the next 1,000 poems within the set as the milestone, which is now why we are on volume 34. So let's get into it. Hopefully I don't have as many coughing fits as I did last time. I am being a good boy and taking my medicine, so there's that. Anyways, let's continue. Okay. They drink from the cup like it's crimson wine, poisonous charm in the eyes of a smile, straight from the source as blood flows from the vine. What manner of creatures that come to dine, from whispers of one who's set to beguile, they drink from the cup like it's crimson wine. From a banquet or feast none would decline, vanity of those who would come to defile, straight from the source as blood flows from the vine. They bow for a chance to come from those who entwine, enraptured bodies seduced in a pile, they drink from the cup like it's crimson wine. Caught in a game of seductive design, dressed to impress in immaculate style, straight from the source as blood flows from the vine. Now caught in a trap they come to confine, all for a bite from the young and fertile. They drink from the cup like it's crimson wine, straight from the source as blood flows from the vine. Such a pretty face behind a fake smile. How many victims do you long to defile? Psychopathic tendencies before a kill, to try and see if you feel something still. Covering the eyes and we've gone insane. Spare the victims as they use the cane. As they cry out for violence, never peace. Yet when they are targeted, they cry for it to cease. Invest with a test as we see the cracks. Brought up on a lie to take on the attacks. Hive mind affecting the ways of the mob as ignorant people rush out never holding a job. Victims of their own mind towards things that offend from actions of the entitled blind fools. They cry out to be equal, but here's the spoiler for the sequel. Power always comes to corrupt. All the good it comes to disrupt. Is it the fault of kings or the adviser? Whom shall fall to the great equalizer? From the people brought up in rage, and all they burn down for the new age. Lost families to all who succumb, as governments place them under their thumb. What freedom is there within an iron grip, where out of the system you long to slip? Taste of sugar laced with a kiss, the scent I will never miss, when entwined in her arms, beguiled by the style of her charms. Welcome to the future. Place a coin for your hate. Try to lax with a calming state. Sorry to say your self-righteous lie is showing, deceiving all who come in unknowing. They laughed all the while, of all they came to defile, while the cities crumbled and burned. Did you enjoy it when it became your turn? Moment of I should probably space this out. There you go, Mr. Loon. And then I do a this, and there we go. That's better. Let's save that. Moment of jealousy, and they catch you slipping. Of all the negativity that you're gripping, are you proud of the hate and lies you were taught from those without the best interests for the lot? Rising sun into the new dawn, early birds. What the heck? What was that? That's weird. Sometimes weird things end up on my Okay, so there's some weirdness going on here, but I'm glad I'm noticing it now. They came flaunting and tasting all your sex and sin, addicted to lust and never deprived, allowing moments it went and survived. Stains on the ground that we created, away from those who would watch elated, tangled together on the cold grass, waiting for others to go and pass. Eyes gone blurry and I cannot see, as sleep finally comes for me, affecting my state of mind before I'm unconscious and kind. Chicken noodle soup, yet I'm not sick. Well, I mean, I'm recovering, but when I wrote this, I wasn't. Yep, best to be still and eat it, just not quick. Least you come to burn your lip just from the smallest sip. They say we're crazy, but what do they know? When we go and put on a delirious show, be careful and try not to blink, lest you start going below as you sink. Pleasure comes from an ice-cold neck, where most forget to go and check, and before you know it, you're gone, unable to survive again during the dawn. Why the A's? Why are there A's? Why are there A's here? What? I don't get it. Why did I put, what? Just one more, we always say, as we become addicted every day, never being able to turn away from the screens that distract and play. Yeah, that's good. Got and distracted, falling behind, pen in hand, not one of a kind, fading as words come to evade all of the work that was to be made. Gone away to a distant land, vacation. Outstretched hand and a plan is made of all the games outwitted and played. For how can one grow if they never lose? What matters is the action after you choose. What matters is the action after you choose. An act of treason, but the fault isn't mine. What act of freedom while dressed in their lies? Brought together in disruptive design, an act of treason, but the fault isn't mine. Rebels brought to walls line after line. Rebels brought to the wall line after line. Who are they who thought to antagonize? An act of treason, but the fault isn't mine. What act of freedom while dressed in their lies? A fickle snowflake, gone at the first sign of heat. Cost of mild winters. Bow down to your king upon the throne, laced together in ivory and bone, enslaved to the tyrant's iron grip. Be careful not to fall and slip. What manner of a goal if you cannot find the bar, glowing brighter as if reaching for a star? Only this and nothing more. The world's an oyster with an open door. Control yourself in the sights of the heathen, who talk and act without any reason. Let yourself not be caught by their blight, that seeks to snuff out any pure light. Work of my hand shall I give a bow? Now no need to have a cow, past the point for your blood pressure to rise, lest you become another this day who dies. Consume and learn as you continue to grow, manipulate the words in the way you long to know. Falling into a system others can't see, before like a phoenix you reveal who you'll be. What tales will you tell, you pathological liar, all for the attention of your narcissistic desire? They call it gaslighting, but the gaslighter is you. Can you see the fires when you don't have the clue? When you don't have a clue. Data hallucination when I'm tired, glowing ever stronger. Excuse me. While staying wired. I mean, this isn't nothing but authentic with me doing this while staying wired. And my body begs and pleads all for the, as my body begs and pleads for sleep. Is this a dream or reality to keep? Like, can't say I'm not doing this for an archive when I'm doing this when, I'm recovering and sleepy and all of that and fixing mistakes live as I go, but, it is what it is. We're falling where we cannot see, in darkness. Oh, how I'd like to kiss the night, though my eyelids seek to shut tight. Yet such was not always so, for along its streets I'd walk and go. I genuinely miss doing like the late night walks and like going with friends that I used to have, and just like having those like midnight things that I would used to do. Oh well. My place is not among the organized and clean. To a degree where perfection has come and been, chaos always comes and surrounds me, and in my laziness they come to stay and be. Trapped inside the closed doors of a cage, as I long for a new chapter and page, save me from the dead ends I keep on going, to a path forward that is worth knowing. Insecurity, parading within my mind, questions of the self. Are you falling, and do you ever mind it, along with every place you eat and sit, with a mind so foggy like the clouds, and trying to navigate through the shrouds? Claim of the land, and you think you're first? It was not yours except through war and thirst. Who are you to complain when you've gone and lost? Never as innocent as you claim, yet we pay your cost. Who are they tempted by a whore, as she entraps men and more, all for a moment of pleasure, just so one could relieve their pressure? Juggling more than you could know. This is no clown or circus pony show. So, one to another, the order of things, how I long to escape, if given wings. One step further and they call me insane, as I consume strange things within my brain, all while building my own nook for a place to go and read my book. And we're gonna do this. Started with a tango, then straight into bed, with steps so smooth of the one who led. And so here we are in another dance, with curtains closed to prevent every glance. States of weariness, and then a second wind, away from the place, gone and pinned. Sleepy once, then no longer. Sorry for the voice crack. All for a while training to go and get stronger. This is what I get for heading towards. Anyways. Battle with my sleep, as bell toll the midnight hour. Artist's common plight. This can be blip blip. Drums march on, yet what do they know? From those in the parade, in the line they go. Faces in masks before all goes blurry, as they walk in sync, never in a hurry. Obsessive craft, now half asleep, resisting dreams and of the deep. Resisting dreams of the end deep? What? No. Resisting dreams of the deep. Where did the end come from? Was I was tired. This was one of my tired poems. Obsessive craft, now half asleep. I was probably delirious and really tired because I was resisting going to bed while I was trying to get my quota done. That was probably what's going on here. Resisting dreams of the deep, all within a controlled intake, and then gone with all the craft to forsake. Have I made the Sandman my antagonist? Yeah, this is when I'm fighting against sleep. In the story, am I the villain or protagonist? All due to one simple ongoing thing, a matter of sleep he comes to bring. I need to stop fighting against, like, when I'm tired, but here I am. If I should treat myself a little kindly, so as to not struggle about blindly, yeah, here we stand and here we are, not knowing fully how we got this far. One strike in order to learn and grow from the techniques they all come to show of attacks of the body and the mind, along with all the retaliation in kind. Ding dong, the sound of sirens sing. A silence comes from under the wing. Stillness now ever so unsettling. Fear now ever settling. If I remain invisible, then let the world sleep. Allow them to awake and cry. Allow them to awake, cry, and weep. Okay, there should be a comma there. I need to stop doing these when I'm, like, super tired. Allow them to wake, cry, and weep of all the things they came to miss, while I wave them all by with a kiss. Cascading glow of rippling rain under neon light, as the shimmering of the midnight moon watches above. What is sleep to people who have never understood rest? Caught on the ground trying to beg, while being told to pick ourselves up and shake a leg, as they cry to the divine they don't believe in, and in a loop such as every day they go to begin. Mood of the music, lost in the groove, dancing like there is nothing to prove. Dancing like there is nothing to prove. What is elegance with movements so smooth? All for a body and soul they seek to soothe. In order to write longer, give me pause to think. As I piece together. No, that's okay. Come on, man. Try and do these when you're more awake. I tell myself as I fail to do them when I'm more awake. As I piece together the flow of words into a link, yet there are always tests we all must do, all to prove the limits of what once was true. In this book of poetry, hundreds written and set to be, of those who wrote and came before, sparking up in us a desire to write more. May I present you the chant, if you're struggling with rhyme. May I present to you the chant, if you fight against rhyme and time. May I present to you the chant, all those words you long to climb. May I present to you the chant, if you think rhyme is a crime. May I present to you the chant, so if you'll but allow me to chime, may I present to you the chant. What is the legacy to men who won't build, all for something lasting to be filled, from those wishing to claim their own star? So, paint out your feeling in words. I'm sure they'll go far. They cry their injustice of all things life brings. They blame God while they don't believe. Funny. Time keeps ticking through all these distractions as we seek out our own blind reactions, only to suddenly start falling behind. Actions have consequences, each in their kind. People have many ways in which to grow, and speed isn't wrong as long as they know, while some come to disagree. But who are they to judge what they cannot see, or what they can't see? You know what? No, what they cannot see is, I think, better. Questions that come as all of them wonder, whether to disband and begin to wander on, and if any of this should come to be, or if everything should be set free. Empty rooms within, bound souls in their hollow shells, a shallow mindset. Among the bright autumn sky, where one longs to go and fly, yet keep me safely upon the land, for there are heights I cannot stand. So, fun fact about me, I am absolutely terrified of heights, specifically unsafe heights. There once was a lady in pink, as she posed to see what they'd think. Her Pokemon all knew, as the rare often do, that in her they wish they could sink. Stillness of silence with no echo to drop, as the movement of all things come to a stop. What is madness when we sit in that void? In all the challenges we've gone and deployed. Things we have created for things to enjoy, while others complacent seek to destroy. For all that matters is their state of hate, who believe to have nothing on a full plate. Whom do you worship? To whom do you bow? What things will they do in their promises now? As you pray to false idols and demons alike, who make false promises to pull with a psyche. If I come to an impasse with no clue of what to write or what to do, then of that shall I go and write, and not allow it to stop me dead in sight. Whoever said the quality of poetry is never in speed, that one must sit and reflect, when one should write and polish only in need, all for the eyes of the critics to detect. Seeking attention within a distracted world, silence of stillness. I breathe poetry, or so they say, while waiting for a feeling to dawn one day. Are we sure you're not holding your breath to come alive during your emotional death? You say poetry is within your blood, and perhaps all of this is true, yet when none of it flows like a flood, what will you go and do? What will you sacrifice for the words to bleed? Or will you perhaps finally concede that all you've been taught might be a lie, to trap your curiosity and never let you try? What meaning is comfort if it keeps you stale? No need for discomfort, no reason to fail. While trapped in that box in which you stay, never seeing all the toys to go and grab and play. So forgive me as I watch and smirk at the pages where the words still lie. For what is mastery if you don't put in the work for the sake of a feeling to come on by? A mode of distraction, and I've gone insane as time passes by with nothing to gain. How then shall I snap back into focus when there is no wand or hocus pocus? Question all they want, I shall merely laugh, yet panic at the first sight of numbers and math. Yet for a subject I always did hate, words as math seem to become my ironic fate. Time and energy split into one of all the things that need to be done. Priorities come and continue to die without ever thinking or fully knowing why. Sake of a writer on a page, 1,000 into one. Sway of the watch as it goes on by, hypnotic state where our eyes lie, controlling the way we speak and act, into our brains they hijacked. Men without power in signs they hold to change the system they've been told. Useful idiots, or so it's said, until all is done and they're all dead. What promises were made in your tower, full of hypocrisy and power? You are no victim when you are the rich, and for the sake of war you create an itch. The season of love, of hearts before a heartbreak, the Valentine game. Indoctrination comes with the brains they wash, for the sake of division, no reason to squash, and so people cry as they complain, only growing more and more insane. Give me a moment, give me a break, to pause so alive and awake, now given freedom of all to write, and never treating it like a fight. What are the matters between short and long? Why all the guilt if it will still belong? There is no reason to be frustrated of how and what you've done and created. Whether it be entertaining friends or a guest, all introverts come to need their rest, from a nap to a moment of peace, before back in upon their release. How long until a mountain shall rise? For an invention, how many tries? Everything goes at different paces, with echoes of patience in their traces. No need to fear, it's just a shadow on the floor, but if you want to go and worry, beware that sudden knock at the door. If they enter, best run away in a hurry. How many times are you willing to trust? Not because you can, but because you must. For who else will have your back when facing off against life's attack? Twisted hurricane, destruction upon the shore. Florida's Friday. What is there in the essence of night that brings me energy of delight, only to have to face the morning day, to go and work it all away? The beauty of the world in all its wonder, have we ever stopped to think and ponder why people believe it all came from chance when all we can see the intricacies with a glance? When all can see the intricacies with a glance. How much control do we hold in our hand in places we work and stand? What is the point if it's a dead end while waiting for a sign for God to send? The sake of legacy, like a sign, leading up to it with a line, for how else will people find what you left behind in kind? Doubts, a haunting, come to paralyze, bring you down from your highs, as you stop and question all you do, if only we all ever truly knew. When the secrets come out, who will be the main target, who cries to hear and shout, all for the sake of a hunter's clout? How will we move if we don't walk? How will we resolve if we don't talk? When all has the ability to destroy or heal, based on the emotions they guide us to feel. What are you willing to fight for honor or glory or perhaps something more? Embracing the risk as you continue on, fighting throughout every single rising dawn. Moments of glory, and here we are, to reach the clouds and harness our star, being careful to no longer burn out, and in our joy let out a shout. How many of us wander around aimless, with confidence acting so shameless, and maybe that's how it'll go, to not be afraid of what you have to show. Rest now, my tired eyes, with all the dreams in the cloud and skies, with the lips in a smile, let yourself sleep for a while. And that is going to be it for volume 34. I will see you guys tomorrow for volumes, or, it'll be tomorrow for the next 2 volumes. Until then, bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. I am Sam, your host, the Mad Poet of Thousands, on my journey to reaching 10,000 poems by November of this year. Continuing on my reading up until I reach, volume 40, which then we start the process again until I reach the next 1,000, so on and so forth. You get the game. So, without any further rambling or rants or anything like that, let's get into the readings. So many thoughts that long to flow, not sure which to use or to show. Yet when none see, what does it matter, whether we be sane or mad as a hatter? Also, I still have my cough, so that's not going away for an annoying little bit here, but I digress. Is it such a crime to request for more time and be able to stop and think of all the things written in blood and ink? Freedom's a path most have forgotten, and a system so corrupt and rotten. So they shoot the rebels before they rise and spread the truth mixed with lies. Gift of the giver, bringing joy to the willing, generosity. What has been lost, can it ever be found, whether within the sky or underground? Do we ever really want to know, for what kind of system trains this to show? Moment of falling into involuntary sleep, where the dreams cause the sheep to sleep, and perhaps one will go Let me start that over. Moment of falling into involuntary sleep, where the dreams cause... Wait, what? Where the dreams cause the sheep to leap. Why did I put the R there? Sometimes you notice your mistakes and you have to start over anyways. Moments of falling into involuntary sleep, where the dreams cause the sheep to leap, and perhaps one will go do what must be done, but against a weary body, and no one has won. What can our mind resist when mental pressures persist? What is the cure to feel at ease, for our sanity to go and please? Moonlight silver glow in the silence of the night, when all does not rest. Give a finger, it takes an arm with a grin, with no chance to flee or win, and so the deal has been made, as the poor fool has been played. So many things to write and do, from the mundane to the grand and new. Playing publicly for all to see, while creating continuously for more to be. How did I even miss that? Anyways. Toss around like a ping pong ball. When I'm tired, watch me fall. And what more can I go and say, as I wobble to bed at the end of day? Peaceful water streams, trickling into the river, in eternal flow. Promises made with smirking lips, like the dawning of the sun's eclipse. One should be careful of what they say, lest a lie to be revealed at the end of day. Boatman going on downstream, like a celestial dream, as stars shimmer on water, holding all in high esteem. Chariots pulling the moon across the heavenly sky, scholars mark the passages of celestial bodies. People celebrate the year as signs shift into the new. Mind of distraction, will it know no peace, of thoughts wandering never to cease, only to spot things here and there, and pulled away, fully aware. Going a little further, and what is the cost of things given and suddenly lost, memories faded to be never more clear, and things remembered no longer here. Could have given away many a thing, like the voice of a box from one who did sing, lullabies and soft melodies to put one asleep, all for the sake to find the one to keep. Mind of my madness, seeping in with distractions, no sense of focus. Some days that is very true. What more shall be done upon the hands of one who could have to hold on. I mean need to fix this one. What more shall be done upon the hands of one? Okay. There's a word missing there. Who could have climbed? What more shall be done upon the hands of one who could have climbed to further heights and seen the scenes of beautiful sights? There we go. A beautiful cry drowned Evangeline Fiona Gale. Her inspiration's joy kept losing mournful notes. On platforms, quietly resting, sighing through unknown vocals within Mancy's youthful zeal. The march of time continues on as seasons come and seasons go. Through the setting and the rising dawn, the march of time continues on. As lessons fade from all things gone, what will such things change now? What will such change now come to show as the march of time continues on, as seasons come and seasons go? Okay, this is going to be the longer version. Got it? Answers held at the end of a pen, beyond the work of mere pages, and then came across the scholar's hand, drawn upon a painter's canvas and stand, earned by past work he had done, forever immortalized under the sun. Gone now were the days he was unknown, honored after his death to be known. Into the legends for the skies that be, joined in constellations for all to see. Knowledge now no longer a mystery. Least we all forget the lessons of history, made by those with curious minds, never by those ever so blind. Oh, how we lament on all that was lost, perverted by those who knew not the cost. Quick were they to go and destroy, raised by rulers with their pride to employ. Statues now erected, demanding of praise, they ignore the omen from the Ancient of Days, until their destruction that came upon all. Victory claimed by the sound of the trumpet's call. Who are they now in paranoia displayed? Xenophobic lot, now in the land where they stayed, yearning for the role of power where thrones once laid. Zero-sum game in the plans, the visors all staged. In a moment of bliss, what was the cost? For the sake of your heart, you've gone to exhaust. Was it worth the pleasure and sin, just to feel something within? No, I had a question mark there. What is your worth if you sold your body and soul, all for the moment to feel something whole? And now you wonder as all is ripped away, what remains of yourself at the end of day? A soft melody that sings to our soul within, the reasons we dance. Laughter of a melody spinning so rapidly, stained with a sense of apathy. Searching for the reason to feel, is all a facade where nothing is real. Storms of the soul soaked in pain, laughter in place of those who gain. And who would ever dare claim that everything in life is always fair? Disruption comes by smiling teeth in the dark, white and pearly as they curse their mark, and whatever was ever the need, if not to satiate their consuming greed. The frosty glacier is frozen into the mountains with icy secrets. Doomsday coming and everyone is sleeping before panic comes in during the reaping of the souls that found themselves lost, warned in the past while ignoring the cost. What is the matter of those gone mad as escapism comes drowning out the bad, the psyche held together by a string before the snap that chaos would sting? speed of the hand to match with the mind, unable to keep up with thoughts in kind, all while we try to write and produce every word and pattern we try to deduce. The laughter of monks given to human desire, ignoring their creed. Value held in the inner core, locked inside behind the heart's door, of collections gained through time, from basic to the sublime. Have we not heard from the dead sounds of their cries gone unsaid? Like them you hang by a thread, lest you fall into their dread. Streets where no children are heard, lost by one, then by a third, as you all give in to charm, never hearing the alarm. Why do widows weep as death leaves one heartbroken and then nevermore? Sake of morality and what is the claim, and society's evil that turn good all the same, and so in their subjective ways they flaunt, while such actions the good it will haunt. Held on by immaculate fate, gathered together into a pure state, all by one in whom we believe, away from death no longer to grieve. Ways of the mad, and they call me insane, when the works of their hands all fall in vain. We're victims, they cry, not take account, all for the actions they've done. For all the actions they've done simply don't count. What's morality when there's nothing to measure? Ways of the selfish. Ways of poetry. Do you know the stakes? Don't come telling me what it takes. As I watch diary entries all out in display, like, dear diary, I felt something today, and that's valid. But can you breathe with the sonnet or wrestle with the sestina like you were a teenage witch named Sabrina, casting poetic spells like poetic forms from east to west, as you tasted each one to see which you liked best? You talk about craft, but don't know where the craft is. Pick up a form, and then maybe you'll become a whiz. Hard are the ways some poetry will loom, like a subtle triolet or a creeping pantoum. Yet, I will speak my verse ever so free, but that's not all of who I'll be. Well, along the lines of a ballad in a Villanelles song, no need to wonder where I'll be or belong. How did you get lost in the forest, where Red Riding once rode, as you now panic with no place to rest, while the wolf enters into its stalking mode? Are you a little crazy, feeling a little hazy? What sin did you go commit, or as you refuse to submit? There are some who get a little experimental upon the express to the oriental, asking what it is again this time before witnessing the act of another crime. Rippling water of rocks thrown into the lake. Simple amusement. Should one ever stop as they go and reach the top, only to ever see a taller peak for a new goal to seek? Whom will you go and attack when no one has your back? Mirroring the state of the lonely, a reason but not the only. What sense of skill to haunt, where things unseen will taunt? Winds come on through to feel when they don't notice steel. Held on mountain peaks covered in their pristine snow, the frozen glaciers. A moment held at the end with a messenger pigeon to send, to carry a message out before the net as they return like a clockwork set. Extended talking, and now I'm tired with the limited energy to be acquired. A social butterfly, a social battery with different sizes while putting on extroverted disguises. One step into another where melancholy cries, while attempting to create with multiple tries. Surely you could if the feeling was real, careful not to become its next morsel meal. That should be yep. Correcting grammar mistakes. Woo! Would you cure your mind in order to not be blind? A blissful ignorance. Gone for a moment before they clap back with a shout along with an attack, yet they cry while knocked to the floor, victims of their actions and more. Call me half tired and I still write, while my eyes droop as I fight to get a few more in so that tomorrow can begin. Out in the woods we picked the bear, away from the grazed eyes that stare, something neither desired to kill, for insanity in their minds would fill. The moonlight shining down on us at midnight. Never waking to the sound of thunder, while lost in their deep state of slumber. And you think you have the ability to wake someone their dreams won't let you take. Do they weep for the dreams to keep and a soul to reap, all while they continue to sleep? Styles forgotten and mirrors cleared, smiles of places feared, cleared mirrors and forgotten styles, feared places of smiles. Coming of spring, harboring in warmer days, leading to summer. Held together under the sun's rays, drying up through the heated ways of those who lie on the beach to be, tanned in all places, yet none to see. Held together by a twine of string, the length of your life some would bring. So what would you go leave behind for others to see and eventually find? Zoned out of reality, no focus to see, with a mind lost in thought, ever carefree, never to come out with a shout, for if they did, they'd surely pout. For all the minds they wish to numb, with all the people they want to succumb, propaganda machines right into the brain, and you wonder why everyone is insane. Twilight sky leading into night, waking up. Essence of time, we come to forget that everything changes and nothing is set, yet there are still some things that remain the same, but such legacies are never so tame. Stillness of a moment gone with stolen peace that rewired our mind to consume and never cease. What will we do when the systems flood in and within their greed consume us within? Have you heard the howling wind? Along the ice that has thinned, beware steps where others fell, lest you go where monsters dwell. We went on a journey, never ending, knowing where we were going was ever pending, like the loading of a computer screen, before showing all the places we could have been. Void of the system, and now we're bleeding, out into the hands of giants who are now feeding, all while we curse them for their endless greed, as envy went and planted its seed. Place of the broken, feelings are never spoken, the heart lies shattered. All that we think and all that we believe, could any of us fully conceive the nature of all things of which the universe sings? Wise are the men who refrain from the squabbling of the insane, who believe they're in the right as they slide the post, as they fight. Sirens along the sea, an enthralling beauty, as they sing their enchanting song of death. What are the meaning of distractions, if not to stop your creative actions, or perhaps to alleviate yourself from being bored, all while you're feeling ignored? Time in our hands, and what will we do before procrastination comes on through, and all things that need to be done have gone off with the setting sun? They laughed at those below, watching where each would go. Then, like the sacrifices they would make, pieces of the soul they would go and take. The strike of lightning followed by the thunder's crash as the storm sets in. Nothing new under the sun. Now look at what they have done. Men in power bathed in blood. Reasons for a divine flood. Witnesses of the high and mighty as they begin to fall. Witnesses of the high and mighty when hubris haunts them all. Witnesses of the high and mighty, demanding all answer their commanding call. Witnesses of the high and mighty, from the big and small. Witnesses of the high and mighty, no longer standing tall. Witnesses of the high and mighty, watching their final downfall. Witnesses of the high and mighty. Pastors of beasts among the mad. That should be an S. Pastors of beasts among the mad, away from the sanity they all once had. Now, like Nebuchadnezzar, on the ground they graze, never noticing the passing of the days. How did we never notice our pride that crawled up from the inside, like sweet whispers laced in honey, all while thinking our resistance was funny? Who is it that you've set your eyes on as a model and example before you're gone? Doesn't matter if it's not the King of Kings and all the love of which he talks and sings. Someone summoned somewhere new, holding systems of power, states of isekai. Sting for a moment in order to grow. How can they know if you don't show? Least at the start they become weak, and it is them the enemy will seek. Days awake while where insanity will notice, now talking to walls in your psychosis, ever away from the dredges of sleep, for the attentions they desire to reap. Oh, that is some wind going on outside with their nice little rain thingy. Anyways. Mind of the entitled, living in the past, never moving forward from one place to the last, all for the sake of their comfort and woe, along the many things they refuse to know. The sleeping, giants and forests, that consume. Breath of fresh air, and I see you falling, while heeding a false prophetic calling. And how could I witness your death, watching as you breathe your last breath? Not even the wise can ever know the ways that the future will go. And though we hope for better days, first we must go through difficult displays. I should probably, I'll do the comment there, Pressure building and no one will notice along the path of a blooming lotus. And perhaps we should slow down while putting away with a frown. Crying silence coming in with its haunting. The fog now sets in. The night comes in calling among the twilights falling as the moon makes its path across the sky and the sun reveals where the drunk man lie. The ticking clock measuring time, watching people fall from their prime, now sitting waiting for the sound of the bell to be brought to the place their soul would dwell. Weary eyelids that begin to close as the body demands a path to sleep. Yet this is not what we chose, knowing soon dreams will come to reap. Falling stars across the night sky for a wish. When all things come to an end, what will you do with the time to spend? When there's no more counting days with God's mighty rays. And that is going to be it of volume 35. We're going to be moving into volume 36 here soon. And that concludes this one. Until the next time when I, the Mad Poet, shall see you again, which is going to be very soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is I, your host, Sam, of Scribes and Men, Mad Poet, the whole journey to the 10,000 poems by November in more than 40 different poetic forms. I collect them almost like some people collect Pokemon. But I digress. Moving on, we're on volume 36. Let's get at her for the archives, and then eventually I'll be reading various ones from the volumes as time goes by, but this is mainly for archival purposes. What is the essence of poetry, the essence of a man? with all things gathered then forgotten with the plan that tries to achieve their legend in the stars, while simultaneously showing and hiding their scars. What is time when all fades away, when you're going on through the day, everything passes as you never notice, as you're caught into your own focus? Silently they cried, as many men died, with all the soldiers beside, in whom they would all confide. And though none would go, then though none would know who spied, their time to face their reaper was denied. Many things to hold on to while in the deep dark blue, inside the submarine, towards places on earth no one has been. Tasked to be champions by the rulers in their throne, our lives to them were never our own. And so to win the games we must go, all for the sake of an entertaining show. Moments bled as time slipped from the glass into the wind where the sands would pass. And if we are immortal, how must it feel, the act of dying that should never be real? The silent echoes of water coming in. If art can be anything, then what meaning is skill? For the sake of their comfort, no mastery to fill. When the Mona Lisa has the same vibe as a stick, as they do not know what makes it all feel in tick. Shallow minds in shallow places, among the lying eyes and lying faces, led to believe in a pristine well that happens to be nothing but an empty shell. Neon streets with a backlit glow, holding secrets for all to know, yet in delirium they all go past, allowing it to forever laugh and last. Shock to the system from things they all came to see, we had always known. They laugh and they mock at those who try to warn and talk, until the day the scales fell from their eyes, taken aback at all of the lies. History repeats, but what can you do, except be kind to those around you? Small steps can cause a wave that lead to others being able to save. Why the surprise when it was always there, back when you were blind and didn't care? Yet now is the time you're suddenly offended with the innocent you have never defended. Serenity's breath across the open meadows where the flowers bloom. Whether in the end it is great or small, none can deny I wrote it all, as I observe, soaking in everything in, like a scribe never surprised by the presence of sin. One step to another, and so we go, to see what the world has to show, traveling place to place, never to stop, while gathering tales as if we were Aesop. One more, shall we see it again, the lies that walking snakes feign, all in the system of the power they hold, and never to stop, for who would be so bold? So they fall, and killed innocence, for pleasure. Many things to talk about, of many things we long to shout, yet none will go and mean a thing if we don't bring down a king. Who shall stand beside us as we fight against the evils this world in our might? Do you think we alone have the power in hand? For it is a place God gives and comes to stand. A world so tired of waiting for a moment's rest, a single time to breathe and invest into an area of stillness and peace, where the wonders of God never cease. God's love covers all, the sacrifice of his Son, and it is finished. How did we lose our focus in the places our minds took us, deceived by all that we were fed, never noticing the moments we all bled? No matter the time, no matter the hour, God always shows his mighty love and power, sometimes subtle, sometimes not, but apparent for all who have sought. What's 5 more before the end of day, with all the things that I might say, words written by the hand of a scribe, where time is a currency one can never bribe. Floating in water during a hot summer day, coolness on the skin. Work of my poetry like sonic with speed, every thought into the words I bleed, like the lifeblood within my vein, while pondering the heights still to obtain. Why do we suddenly tire when work of our hand begins to conspire, like signs telling us that we must rest, so that we can continue later at our best? How much longer until you believe? What else is there for you to go retrieve? When enough work has truly been done, why do you seek to continually run? The silence falling upon winter's cold night, held within a globe, soaked in blood to satiate their need, all for the sake of their unquenchable greed. And who are we to not go into battle when they gather us all up like cattle? More and more people awaken to find the styles of poetry forsaken. And what is prose and poetry if never done right? Gone into the simple while ignoring a guiding light. Sing the song of simplicity given from those who should be forgiven. For in their ignorance, what could they know when they never witnessed a proper path to go? Eclipsing the sun in the shadow of the moon, moment of darkness. What shall they witness? How shall they die? Away from those who stood up to try, now gone into hollow shells evermore of those who walked out of the door. Questions of morality and a speck of dust, given into their own desires and lust. Who are they to judge those walking by, when in their own filth they all lie? Drifting into the endless beyond, where to go. Drifting into the endless beyond, where to go when they're gone, and with a craft of imagination in hand, we summon all we can think within the land. From one to another, the ways we treat every stranger, a growing distrust. Petals falling onto the skin of a whore, gathering moans while asking for more, in buildings dedicated to passion and lust, and piece by piece losing your soul's trust. Eyes of the tired and weary, and blurry ways never seeing clearly, before swaying like they're drunk, like those places in a tank to dunk. Struggling forward while battling a shutdown of a body that desires me in a nightgown. All for the sake of a restful sleep, as I ignore it before the growing goes deep. A sweet sleep into a cool bed and pillow. There's only so far one can go before passing out on the floor. And then what is there to show when they see the dual lore? Battle with the Sandman holding a grin, knowing this is a battle you cannot win, and before long you'll pass out, unable to react or shout. Hands growing numb with all that I write, like a plant growth from a green thumb in sight, but talent means nothing if never put to use, with work made to teach and produce. Sleeping state of all those who dream in their bed. Second wind comes upon the fatigue, ways of the brain that comes to intrigue, produced by parts we can't understand, yet still comes to give us a hand. Standing up into a weary sway, like the passing of the day, and who is always at fault, when they're always tired in default? One eye shut, the other struggles to see, while in a blurry spot we continue to be, only to wake slightly with a morning cup, for a speck of caffeinated pick-me-up. Cast off in brilliance with mind of the studious, in ways they study. Sharp instincts of the unlearned, with all they have done and earned. Street sense, and you're none the wiser, when they approach you like a miser. Dance of the moon away from the sun, with their tempo and temperament, watching all we do and have done, within the light of day, through their midnight run. Cast off the glamour in the face of a fae, with all the games they taunt and come to play, along with enchanting features to sing you a song, and before you know it, to them you'll belong. Dancing cloud to the audience full of fools. Slow down, they say, for a matter of skill, while they all never move at will. Yet how could they ever know that mastery does not wait for emotion to show? Produce a group of sticks, and a bird builds a nest, and the muse does not wait for a feeling before they invest. So must you all sit in your quiet sleep and slumber, while others pull from the ethereal and umber. Expectations of the weary, waiting for their craft to be done. Yet it came ever so clearly, expectations of the weary, that came to be seen so eerie when it was brought under the sun. Expectations of the weary, waiting for the craft to be done. Yes, this is, okay, this is, oh boy, this one was a doozy, and I could have gone longer, but then I was like, wait a minute, I'm on a time constraint. So let's get this done. Upon an ocean of people in need, caught off guard by time's callous tempest flow, is it any wonder why they lament, cries for help among the people who bleed? As life storms care not when to come or go, no more tears, for their tears have all been spent. Blood in the air, foxes come with a smile, to the broken offers to set them free. No time to think from those who would beguile. By help was help as far as they could see, for the taste of food and warmth was their plea. Upon the shore stood those full with their greed, with efforts to swindle the poor they know. Following the path of pleasures they went. They would not listen, nor would they concede, fattened by the pain of what they would show. Not knowing what it means to be content, took advantage of the plump and fertile, yet none would go fight against their decree, lest they be added on to the burning pile. And although they would all silently agree of a system of men acting beastly, rage then rose up from the people now freed, these people along the ocean of woe, who gathered together in their descent, a pact they made, now sealed within their creed. These people by the shore who were brought low, now gathering for a sudden ascent, to go take down the men they saw as vile, with shouts and cries like that of a banshee. There would be no quarter given or trial of those they would hang by the gallows tree, from the people who all fought to be free. When all was done, some escaped to exile. The people built houses along the sea, teaching history that would ever be. Task of the hand in all that we do, as we wander around life without a clue. What is mastery if there's nothing to judge, like that of an ink drop in a smudge? Stupid mercy at the end of the path, gather together for a final laugh, as we remember the days of old that we squandered away like fool's gold. Running along until the day is done, embracing life under the moon and sun, each of their time and joy, where all can pick what they will enjoy. Flowing water glittering under the twilight vibrant skies. A beautiful transition from day into blissful night. So why must we all then be judged for being nocturnal? People in boredom seek something to blame, a need for conflict as peace doesn't feel the same. Designed by those in their ivory tower, and so we bow to the corrupt in power. If time is a construct, what is the essence of eternity? Is this not the place we were always meant to be, as days pass through the years, all while the end gradually draws itself near? Softness of the flowing waves, embracing life's harmony, while listening to the sound of the water's gentle flow, as boatmen row on by under the silver moonlight. Harmony of the zither, playing under moonlit skies, for her lover by the shore, as he listens from his chair. Drinks are shared with company, ending the day to relax. Softness in our dance, all for a passionate chance to learn what it means to flow, guided by the one you love and know. The sky, singing its song, as people pass on by, while others stop to go listen in peace. Time never pauses or stops, despite the void in IKEA shops, where many an hour goes to die as we cry and question why. Sound of a lesson from those who teach, for goals others try to reach. Yet knowledge is what you will make it, as some paths will be still as they sit. A calm melody in my head that washes all worries away, given off to time's passing instead, so that I may finally enjoy the day. Do people ever stop to hear what is said? From the very great to the very small, nature passes through them all, expanding in ways never seen, in places we've never been. Flowing down the riverbed, worries we all long to send away from us in distance fair, so we may continue on without care. Will we ever stop and think of the destruction causing us to sink, guided by those powers that be who watch us fight in their greed and glee? Warnings of prophets, never heeded, never heard from those with deaf ears. Sound of the trumpets, will we hear their call before the judgments begin to fall? When time runs out, when there's none to spare, were you ever willingly to fully care? We held on to the things of the past when nostalgia came at last, reflected on memories of old, and often wished we had been more bold. They rage in their cage and never listen to reason, for not to agree would ever be a sudden treason. As they cry, theirs is a true and moral way, while shouting for death at others every day. Vibrant sunny skies, inglorious vacation, summertime well spent. We saw the world pass us by as all things went to die, before it wasn't then made anew, and in a better place for me and you. The sound of their cries that echoed through glass walls that shattered with residue of a one-way mirror none had seen, now questioning where they had been. Waiting for a muse and you end up in a slump, with all the woes you try to find and dump. Before long, staring at a wall, waiting for something, anything to call. Rainy days of spring, keeping everyone inside, while plants are refreshed. Many things could have gone and done, all while waiting under the moon and sun, filled with regret from a lack of time, leaving behind creation so sublime. Flames growing higher into a bonfire, rising towards the sky, eventually beginning to die. Paths taken rarely, met up with those we desire, while we wander around before we begin to retire, and rest comes easy when with those we know, yet none of us truly know where to go. Shooting stars across the midnight sky, make a wish. In the nights where our secrets are hidden, in the nights some perform the forbidden, in the night others dance it away, in the night where the nocturnal creatures play. In the night they fulfill their lustful desire, and in the night others start a fire, where in the night the sky set ablaze, and in the night where fireworks set us in a daze, and in the night those glowing eyes, going in the night can save us from its eyes, as in the night where neon lights grow, where in the night the secret courtesans know. Truly nothing is as it may seem, at a time when we're meant to dream. Make a deal, then watch it fall, by those who don't follow through at all. Words as fickle as the actions they take, yet friends with these we all tend to make. People watching in the park with a subtle grin, while eavesdropping on the hottest gossip like a sin, when there's no reason to really need to know, except to haunt those places where people go. So many things to say, but the loneliness seeps in as we go on through our day while seeking someone to come within. Deceptively tall to people beside me, no matter where I'll go and be. Yet I know there are those who are higher, none of which earns them any level of fire. Complain about it, like those who aren't self-aware, entitled mindset. List of things that must be made for a time when they must be displayed, but here I am being constantly distracted when I really should have gone and acted. Curiosity opened up Pandora's box once upon an equinox, as we continue to open up our own when we really should have known. Guarding our heart so it won't break from those who seek to harm and take something that was never theirs to hold, with their audacity ever so bold. The lost boys living through every midnight, vampires' way of life. What reasons are there for us to lament from all the warnings we went to and gave? Yet they did not listen to the signs and still went, while all we wanted was another soul to save. And that is going to mark the end of volume 36. I will see you guys next time for volumes 37 and 38 before we conclude it with 39 and 40. Actually, tomorrow will be 37, 38, and 39. Friday will be volume 40 because volume 40 is a big boy. Until then, I will see you guys next time. Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. I am your mad poet of 1,000, Sam. Or thousands. But I digress. Okay, so this volume is going to have one of my all-time favorite poems I have potentially ever written. And I've written a lot of poems. I specifically a little over 4,010 poems by now. But it technically more than 4,000 because even before I started writing this, I wrote a lot of poems. But I digress. In this volume, specifically number 31, there is going to be a poem that is going to show up. It is one of my favorites. I'm actually going to have that poem linked down for you guys to go and read. And what I would love to see happen, not saying it has to, but what I would love to see, if possible, is when you read it, when you hear it, when you go and check it out, to do something creative with it. And then tag me so I can react to said creative things. Now, I'm not going to tell you what it is until we get there. And the reason why I can't read it properly is, much like the previous volumes, my throat. And of course, this is more for archival purposes than performance purposes. But since I have a massive backlog, here we are. This lime Milani is actually really freaking good. Anyways. So yeah. It'll be number 31 of this volume. We'll get there. I'll pause, say something brief about it, but let's get into it. And of course, it'll be linked down below. Some fear the works of AI. Through every scream and cry, like the machines that came before, they desire less while they desire more. Steps of our path isn't any mystery, that we should go and change the course of history, yet there are those who remain, who go through life utterly in vain. Task of inaction of things they ask, while parading around in a masquerade mask, vampires of society who look down below, to feast on the places they desire people go. Taste of the cold snow, under a winter's night sky, melting on our lips. All the things we hoard like gold, while not listening to the things we're told, from those considered to be the brave and bold, when the wisdom comes from the ancient and old. If we shape things to come and be, do we like what we come to see, or do we despise the lack of perfection within our scrutiny and affection? Should a system come, I shall let it flow, as I watch the waves where words go, so how could I ever truly know what comes at the end to show? Lost in their ego, while drinking their greed and pride, we look in envy. If I must pause and think, for a lack of speed to break the link, all in time's demanding ways, as I attempt to harness the days. Brought into a flow state like a matter of fate, as a calling I grabbed onto, never fully having a clue. Is there no halfways with obsession that comes to consume like a possession when everything's around passes away as you hyper-focus every single day? Man of ambition, now claiming the goals he seeks, the desire of dreams. By the time a song is done, another poem has been done, and what is the sum of it all to follow the siren's beck and call? If I had more time to spare, how many more would I go and dare to form into the works of my hand in ways people would understand? Disassociation comes in now lost in the void, where my mind falls when it's deployed, not noticing the words the end time pass on by, before snapping back, now confused with a sigh. Falling sun upon the dead worlds of nothing. Onto the ballroom floor for a chance, with one to perform an elegant dance. An elegant dance, full of passion and desire, with the chemistry that sets the room on fire. Stay along in a state, and there you'll remain, while the others look, thinking you're insane, all while you do that which you perceive as normal, beyond the scope of the free and the formal. Sing upon the midnight moon a soft melody of a silver tune, all the praises to God from the day, before finally sleeping the night away. Color of nature, all across the four seasons, telling their stories. What is the reason that I should deny my season when I have walked up among the waste, while desiring to leave in a haste? Questions we have of the day as time comes to delay, when boredom fills our mind, where there are no ideas to find. The hubris of mighty kings, from warnings the bard now sings. Why do you look with desire at that to destroy with fire? Men in lost valor, for the sense of a false peace, as strife starts again. Obsession of the mind that produces work of all kind, for a sense of elation as we look upon our creation. We felt the roar of thunder as the pirates fought for plunder. Sound of cannons through the sky, where the many would drown and die. Men in power out of touch of those who were given never much, who failed to believe what they'd say before the acts of rebellion came one day. Who are we among the chosen and the few? All the words that one could say as they came to make their way unto the crowds down below, with efforts of valor to go and show. We heard the sound of the bells ringing before the sound of the choir singing, an orchestra such as never before, to welcome a hero with their lore. Okay. Number 31, and you don't even need to put in number 31, but the poem is titled Sisters of the Sun and Moon. Now, how this came to be was I woke up from a dream. I had this dream, and the quickest way to get it down onto paper was to write a poem about it. A very, very lengthy poem to try and get all the pieces that I could remember from the dream. It was a very, very vivid dream. And while this isn't, I have other favorite poems that I have done, and there's a bunch of yokai ones that I'm doing for a yokai book. That's a separate thing altogether. But this one is the currently only one that has come so clearly from a dream, which is probably why I like it so much, because it is based off of just a fantastic thing I witnessed and saw from a dream. And yeah, I would love to see things done with it one way or the other. Once again, it will be linked down below, but let's get into the reading before we have to move on to finishing off the volume. Child of joy with hair as radiant as the sun, who talked to a mirror of all she had done. Never before such a child so spirited and free, as she experienced all the things that would be, until the day came when she'd love all the same, and in her joy to the mirror she'd boldly proclaim. Now, there was another with hair as dark as night. Tales were told, but only one had seen her sight. And to go and make things even clearer, it was she who was trapped in the mirror, who heard the tales from the child of joy, and in her envy then sought to destroy. O sisters of the sun and moon, with your memories lost, would you come to know what it would truly cost? And how shall it end, these lives that you spend, before your memories are no longer lost? In her envy employ a spell to disgrace the child of sun whom she would replace. So insidious and slow she'd wait for the show from the one who would see and would know. All so that she could go charm and ensnare the one whom the other loved and did care. The child of sun, so distraught in her eyes, while pleading with every tear that she cries, asking the child of moon to please spare the spell that she'd cast, all cold without care. And though she would plead with her whole heart, she could not stop the effect that would start. Oh, sisters of the sun and moon, with your memories lost, will you come to know what it would truly cost? And how shall it end, these lives that you spend, before your memories are no longer lost? When the dust had settled and all was done, the child of the moon had gone and won, free at last with a new life to begin, queen of a castle and all she brought in. But like all battles of the past, the peace she obtained would never last. The child of anger, the child of rage, did not take kindly to being locked in a cage, within that mirror the wrath of a sun, towards the evil that unto her was done. With her fury and power she then would display the fall of a kingdom that came upon them that day. O sisters of the sun and moon, with your memories lost, did you come to know what it had truly cost? And how shall it end, these lives that you spend, before your memories are no longer lost? Now the dawn of a new era, both children so free, within the ruins of a keep, so far as one could see, she traveled through the dark for her lover to find, only to come across the child of sun, ever so kind, who'd care for the plants in her radiance and joy, while covered in vines she'd go and employ. The child of sun, so complete in her cheer, would go and draw her sister come near into the open for the plants to now cover, for the wounded souls to go and recover. Their appearance and age changed as time went, tangled together with the time that they'd spent. O sisters of the sun and moon, with your memories lost, would you finally know what it did truly cost? And how shall it end, these lives that you spend, before your memories are no longer lost? Held hands together, now her history told. A man with his scheme so evil and bold took the night child from when she was young, trained her through every death that had stung, and before his death, now lost in his greed, trapped her in a mirror to never be freed. Tears for her sister, the child of sun cried, in the history of why they both had twice died, and while inside she'd hold and embrace all who her wounds she'd wash as she'd trace. As plants opened, they could now see that being together was when they were free. O sisters of the sun and moon, with your memories found, do you now know why your memories were drowned, and how it did end, these lives that you spent, now and forever together you went? So now you know that what the sisters did want along the ruins and places they'd haunt, where perhaps in the day or maybe the night you might catch their laughter or even their sight. Oh man, this is one of literally. I will say it is one of my darlings. This poem is definitely one of my darlings. I love it so much. But yeah, let's move on, and if you, it'll be linked down below. But moving on. End of an age, a kingdom soon falls. The sound of the waves from trumpet calls. Were we ever so disenchanted when we took it all for granted? There's something weird here. Something weird. I think it should be like this. Yes. There are many things that one should know in a place of life where one will go, with heralds held in places we slept, from places unknown where knowledge is kept. Always a time that causes people to rise, to fight against a system of tyranny and lies. While some pay lip service, others fight for the views of justice and that which is right. I feel like this. It should be like this. And then this should be like this. Perfect. But then there's this. Okay, there's a bit of a wonky thing going on here. All that came with a promise of lies were hollow shells in the sight of their eyes, with insidious hearts corrupted and black. It was the poor whom they'd control and attack. Sound of the heart beating like a drum, wondering if it's her or if it's the rum. Hesitancy haunting your very mind before she leaves, never now for you to find. Yeah, it is. Okay. This is probably when I was... Okay. Sound of the music in the air as you danced away without care. Attention gone from the world you know, and all you know is the flow. There it is. Boom. Everything eventually passes on by as people are born and eventually die. Change for the future with a legacy behind, with the steps we made and signed. Yeah. All the king's horses and all the king's men went out to battle once again, for honor and for glory. Or so goes the story. What have we to give, sitting with a broken heart, finding how to live? And this... We tried one before. We tried more of everything that came out the kitchen door. Food on the table as we sat in our seat. We went to see just how much we could eat. Picking up speed and everything becomes the norm, even as you live daily within the storm, where people will only see but never draw near, based off of their comfort where everything is clear. Many things we'd come to do, among the hidden who don't have a clue, moving between the cracks in the wall, never hearing us move down the hall. With thunder and sudden lightning in our storms. With every breath and step I take, all the things I long to do and make, yet time is a fickle creature, but it is no gospel preacher. A drop of water in desert sky dry, only to evaporate as we cry, while hoping for another way to survive, so that we may live and thrive. Enemy in the city, and you cannot see how invasions came to be, due to propaganda of destruction and woe. For where do they come from, we all know. Dust of the dry ground, where there is no drop of water, and lizards scurry. Duel with the Sandman, and I shall not win. For sleep comes to For sleep comes to take your body within. Dreams that escape your mind, full of adventure of every kind. Troublesome people we once sent away, and now we've welcomed them all to stay, to trample on the others who watch and see. What kind of reality did you expect this to be? Man, I should have fixed this beforehand, but whatever. Essence of places of people who know the secrets they keep at the back of the show. Hedonism abounds like Dorian Gray. Is it any wonder why they'd all come to stay? Twinkle of the night as shooting stars go on by in a cosmic show. Always on track to claim where I go, walking around like my presence won't show. So call me a ghost with a presence so faint, until the moment of makeup and paint. Humdrum of life idling on by, while in our boredom we groan and we sigh, waiting for a moment or two in order to have something to do. Painting with colors all in a row, upon the walls and places to show. When creativity comes like a wave, there's no wall you can now save. Things they all believe, perceived with their mind and sight, a trick to be had. One for the moment, two for the pound, when a new fight all comes around. Adrenaline spiking at the first hit, only to continue, for they know not how to quit. And yeah, skeletonic. That's when I first started doing skeletonics too. Blink and you miss it as time has gone past, as shadows loom like one from the last, for how could they ever know the sleepy claws that begin to grow? Can you still write while in a dream state, bound to your system like it's guided by fate? Or perhaps it's all nonsense that comes on out, with a side of a giggle and that of a shout. It should be technically done here. Test of the rain falling down upon the land. Rainy season starts. Who shall it be who thinks of me? What can they see to write so free? What shall they know with nothing to show? Where is their flow? Care for a feeling ever so appealing, like dust off the ceiling, catch me reeling. Shall I offer a fuse to bring you a muse while you're hitting snooze? In the deep blue sea, secrets none of us will know, within depths below. Call it a style all the while you build the pile with your smile. If only I a dial and a phone to escape your tone that rattles my bone, stifling a groan. I want a way out before I shout and cause you to pout as you call me aloud. So what shall it be to set me free away from thee? As you look with glee, please hear my plea. Punch a bag, call it a win, as you scream your thoughts within that inner shout, that your desire, with that inner shout that you desire to let out. Everything moving while we wait, uncomfortably not in a patient state, as time moves by, no matter the fit, or any of the places we enter to sit. Maze in a daze in its confusing ways. Anyone who enters never stays, trying to calculate the spirals in your head that seeks to have you end up dead. Shadows creeping in during a winter's cold night. The owls make no sound. What to accept when we haven't slept with all the things we should have kept until the line is crossed to do what we must, and it's them that you think you should trust? Call it gaslighting in order to confuse all the people you wish to go use, with manipulative tactics all the way, using all the paths to use and play. In our minds asleep are we who we think, as the further within we tend to sink, gathering an alter ego gathering an alter ego before off to the races we go. So sleepy in my office chair, eyes closing. Everyone has a favorite, even if they never admit. There's always the one thing they'd pick, like a rotation of a clockwork's tick. Hunger of gluttony, wanting more to consume all they get from the store. Possessive in nature, refusing to share. Least they fight you should you dare. Step into the fire and where shall you turn? As the flames lick up, attempting to burn. Oh, what a miracle it would be if there was 4 instead of 3. Snow-covered mountains on a sunny winter's day, calm in their beauty. Stillness of time in the minds of the young, none would know when it finally begun to move on by at a rapid pace, only to question themselves in every case. When the powers that begin to act on all the people whom they seem to distract, with rage and apathy thrown in the mix, how could we truly know how to fix? In all of us there's a set longing for a place to be and our belonging, away from those inspired by hate, who seek the world in a destructive state. How can we tell our left from our right, if morality is subjective in everyone's sight, as we replace evil for that which is good, how we wish they had understood? An act of hubris from those begging for power, only to then fall. The tales of man isn't so jolly, with all their acts that fall into folly. And who am I, so covered in sin, that God Almighty would heal me within? Why should we go and try and defend ourselves from those who hate without end? Whose favor are we trying to gain, knowing that it should bring only pain? When a vivid dream comes in twice, of the same kind, so real and nice, why should I go to try and believe the actions hence for my mind to deceive? Sound of a bell with incessant ringing,
toll of the time it comes in bringing. In modern times, why should we know the passing of time every time it should go? Based off of feeling, a sense of vindication, knowing you were right. Whom to you is an object of hate that seeps into you like a dark liquid state, with no way or desire to chill as it continues to flow and to fill. Oh, you attention whore, asking for more as they peek through the door for them to adore, and we all know why as you moan and sigh, with sometimes a cry for validation, to feel some elation for your creation. Stillness of the sky, coated in its vibrant blue, within a calm day. Silence of the hills under the peak of moonlight as fog settles in. Press of a key and on it goes, when fatigue takes you off your toes, and down you fall into sleep in order for the dreams to keep. Beyond the sights of this and more, within the sweet smell of petrichor, in the place of you only, a sight so beautiful as it is lonely. On a task here at hand, an order of business in which we'll stand, to go and make it all come true, this deed shall be done for you. A time of mourning when a soul has passed away, righteous in their ways. Measure of a distance, measure of our ways, of all the things we work and do under the sun's rays, least we go and then forget all the things we're meant to set. If you, in your hate, you gave to the powers of greed, throwing down the true people in need, before you go and then complain, allow you self-awareness, bring you pain. How should life begin to sound, should you no longer be around? Shall I be able to handle the still air that lacks the life of when you were there? All the ways things go as we pass on through time for our legacy. Hopes of the future, what will they be when they are what we cannot see? And yet we go onward still, whether by hope or even our will. Into eternity after an end, but in which place will you go spend? There's always a choice we can all make before the time comes for the reaper to take. And that is going to be it for volume 37. I will see you guys for the next volumes. Once again, if you want to read the poem, offhand, it'll be linked down below. Eventually I will have, once I've done all 10,000s, or I'm able to collaborate a person who's able to put them all together onto a site or whatever, eventually I will have all these poems to be read instead of hearing me say them or perform them. But I haven't figured out the how, ways, and what's about yet, but I digress. Until next time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Scribes and Men, where I, the Mad Poet of Thousands, Sam, am on my quest, my journey to reach 10,000 poems by November of this year, reading through up to volume 40 until I read up to volume 50, and so on and so forth, until I reach volume 100. We are on volume 38. Let us begin. How shall I flaunt, with skills to taunt, for a mind to haunt, with methods to be ever so free, so all can see my chaotic glee, where some may flee, while others ask why? Why do I try? I shall not lie, for forms to fly, to elevate their sudden state to a better fate, though some will hate, denying the gate, while I grin from within when poetry will win. Try saying that one 10 times fast. How shall we float upon the sea of stars, where light shines and heals our scars? Gotta put in those, How shall we float upon a sea of stars, where light shines in and heals our scars, only to look at the world below and wonder where we should go? Send in a distraction to make them all blind, with a side of propaganda into their mind. Cause a division in order for easier control, and cause the ones who warn to stumble and fall. We heard the lies that were planted into smiles so charming, ever so slanted. Who are we to try and fight when they've caged us in their sight? They cry for a change but refuse to act for the things they long to attract. So in the system, they remain to stay until it's broken and changed one day. The essence of life, as fragile as a vapor, like all our regrets, everything is transient, so embrace the gift that comes in matters of the present. Kiss of a flower from the falling sakura, as your fingers glide like gentle traces on skin while slowly guiding me in. Ooh, that was, how did I come up with a steamy tanka like that? Oh, this had to be like one of my, one of those days. Dreams of sensual desire that come lighting a fire, of things I've never known, with the thoughts it has sown. Enchanted by the Fae, with no desire to resist, as they draw you away where you won't exist. Dance your worries and fears away, let them flow into the waves below, or to the air of a sunny day, no longer caring where they may go. All functions fall when you sleep like the dead, when your body becomes as heavy as lead, like picking up a sleeping cat with the difficulty that comes with that. Bumping into walls, unable to see where we're going, with eyes blurry, not properly knowing, as we try and find our way to and fro, for the places we would like our body to go. All for a matter of shock we cause them to die, our characters on the pages they lie, brought out for an emotional scene, of which, if they knew, they would not be so keen. Why do you fight what you created, like it's something that shouldn't be fated, all to find a reason to feel, as you begin to question if anything's real? What is it that we go after when we hear the sound of laughter, coming from the places we should not be, while seeing things we should not see? Of all the powers one could have, which would you go and take? And of those powers that you have, which would you remake? Do you know the corruption of desire that dwells within the ring, forged in hate and fire, for destruction to bring? Could the powers that be stay away when it was given as a gift, in order to come and claim one day all their souls to lift? So these ones that have titles, I put into poetry. So one thing that I do is I go to cons, usually as Dr. Fizz, but Dr. Fizz in this poet that you see, me, the mad poet, Sam, the normal one. There's lore. Don't worry about it too much until I get the other lore side of not this channel but a different channel. Doesn't matter. Anyways, I go to a con and I request people to put something either down into a lore book that becomes canon or to put makeup on my face. So far, nobody has put makeup on my face, but maybe that's because I'm in Canada and nobody wants to use their own makeup, so I'll have to go start bringing and buying and figuring out makeup. That doesn't matter. What does matter is I give poetry to whoever creates something with me. And I hand it to them in the shape of these cue cards. Like I go and buy a bunch of these, color-coded cue cards. And I write on them. I hand write poetry on the cue cards. I don't have any in the immediate vicinity that I can demonstrate this with. But I hand write my poetry and I give it to whoever creates with me. So, these ones that you see that have names that are short because they have to fit on a cue card are often ones that I have written for people at cons to grab if they so desire, if they create something with me. Now, sometimes I may create something on the spot at the con if they so request it, but usually people just want something pre-made because they're going and it's busy. They don't want to sit. There were some people who did take some one-of-ones that, should anything come of this, they'll have a one-of-one if they permanently keep it and haven't thrown it aside. There will be something very interesting, I believe, happening with that in the future. But should you see me at a con, just know a way to get poetry from me is to create something with me. Trades made where all can see, while under the light of day, with pleasures in their eyes that see all that they could pay. Now, if the crows that come to be, all there is to play, while others planned in the sea to put their things on display. Waves of nostalgia that echo within our hearts, our past memories. I gave this one away already. This one was already given away. We dwell in places that have gone unseen, right in the corner. What methods are there in all that I do? And if it's not for I, then for who? Do I lay it all out to come look and see, for a sense of validation to come in so free? All the stories that could have been said, that remains in the history of the dead, lost through time for none to find, for how much of our lives will go in kind. Missing pieces for none to find, scrambling around as if they're blind, just to find the right one so that they can finally be done. There were stories that we could not know, from the places we could not go, locked away by those who rule, for they do not wish to be seen a fool. Level of fatigue that washes over our body, for all the age jokes that come to embody. We laugh because we know them true, while others yet have nary a clue. Soul of the weary, while we trying to get their rest, more comes to be done. When the body becomes a bore, as all the muscles become sore, and the movement is but constant pain, while we try to achieve something to gain. It comes in waves like a sudden attack, pain that spikes the tail of the back, and while you lie down to heal, all your muscles you come to feel. Make up on the runway for all who come to play, with new challenges of beauty that come every day. What styles together will one now pull, for the eyes of the witness to make them all full. A moment of peace along the cool healing shores that rejuvenate. And this is another one that I had ready for these ones. Also I have these on cards. Some of them might have been given away, but they're on cards. It flowed like blood, yet none did know. For what is the one plague that comes in slow? A purge of the sick as they thought they'd won, until the blood engulfed them one by one. They say they ventured into the green, once back when they were a teen, drawn away, as some might say, by the enchanting beauty of a fae. Seeing for a presence gone unseen, with all the places they have been, how could they truly know things they cannot see when they show? Siren song full of desire to ignite in a man a passionate fire. Also they can't clearly see the moment they die drowning at sea. Many who come for a song and dance, constantly looking for their chance to be in the light when it will shine, under the spotlight to give them a sign. They say you reap what you sow, as all will say they know, yet they continue to act the same, expecting it to change the game. I came into one and then into another. One they thought was their own brother, caught up in disguise, covered in lies, to send the other into their demise. Wisdom of the dead, often going forgotten, a world on repeat. Were mistakes made to the people we speak, not cluing in to the shy and the meek, oblivious to all the hints that they give? Now is this any way to go live? Will of the system gone this day, like wars of warriors who once did play, faded away into the setting light as we forgot our reason to fight? You say you write well, excuse the rise of my brow, as I see no substance of what you've written now. Is that another diary entry I see, that you've come to disguise as false poetry? Shall we never more write the way poets do, with skills of the past through and through? Stick to your form, for all must be sanitized, just so you could be safe and centralized. Way of the chill, do you mock the sickness and cold? Okay, so yeah, after the con, I caught the conflict, which is why I have this lingering cough still from February 16th till now. So I was super sick for the first week after the con. And then a stupid cough that just refuses to go away and has refused. I'm taking medicine for it now, but has refused to go away. So what you're going to see here is a bunch of me, a bunch of poems from time to time of me complaining about getting sick. For good reason. Way of the chill do you mock the sickness and cold, no way to surpass, or so I've been told. And so then do I cry to the one who can send the healing down for the sickness to end. Although our actions are rarely pure, lost in the darkness in need of a cure, until it came in shining bright, the sign of God's love and light. Many things we have tried among those who have lied, for truth was not there, lost in their vacant stare. Act of discipline as we fight our distractions, the way of the grind. Give me a moment to pause for the words I enter in for my cause, so that all can stop and see what with willpower all can be. Words of a poet, and they call me insane, lost in the mental spaces of feeling and pain, as rubble starts crumbling all around, teaching people the only place is the ground. Way of speed going faster than a reaction, no need to stop for a minor retraction, as one improves while on the constant go, so that at the end they'll have something to show. Peaceful serenade while walking lost through the woods, the trees listen in. Lost into their bad habit, for a pleasure to come and grab it, self-destructing a body they long to destroy, while drowning out feelings of sorrow and joy. How dare you judge, or so they cry, not caring that they're about to die. Yet what can you do when they're a slave, all to their pleasures no longer to save? Crowned with a crown of glory, all from a never-ending story of a hero they all once sought, with the gold they went and bought. Take off your hats, put on a show, hide the truth they need to know, distract and pull down the curtain veil, while to others you go and blackmail. Or are you waiting for a cure to the depravity of those who can't feel the weight of their gravity? For why should they stop and repent when they don't believe the one whose life was spent? Taste of subjective morality. Do you like the evil you see, abandoning the truth for your own way to be, thinking society has the power to go and guide, when all they've done is continually lied? Do you enjoy the coming frost while ignoring the natural cost of a world gone put to death while you watch your frozen breath? I am not one to constantly remind, for when it comes to time I am constantly blind, only able to focus on my task at hand, despite many things not going as planned. Violence in my body that came to provoke, pain that I could not go and revoke, just to sit and try to go and endure, while constantly never able to be sure. Who are we to go and ignore our calling, while we're finding ourselves suddenly falling into a place we did not think, what the heck am I doing here? Into a place we did not think we would be, and now longing for a way to go and be free. Rest for the weary and for those who tire, through the days that feel so dire, yet through the day we continue on, for the sun will rise upon each dawn. Fatigue sets in so to brittle the bone, through every pain and every groan, age comes in, and so we sigh, knowing that soon some day we die. For the sake of my energy I go to conserve, to spend it on things that come and deserve my attention and some obsession, all to chase away that sudden depression. Years gone aflame as the body froze, from my arm down to my toes. Fever coming in, I'd rather it not, for this is not the type of time I sought. True. Was not a fan. Still not a fan. Not a fan, especially when it can potentially lead to pneumonia, but I digress. So come the day with the unknown of the tales to see and those that have not shown, until the dawn of a new day's coming, when we heard the sound of a warrior's drumming. The end of winter with the last of its cold breath, soon there shall be spring, except March's being a little bit of a... There is no reason for this guilt, I feel, for what I write still remains real. What is it then that I should worry when I'm the only one to be in a hurry? I have the type of whom they tease, caught on 4K along with a cheese. Yet there is no harm to like what one will, as long as it follows along with God's will. lack of comfort remaining single, when there are none who long to mingle, with a market skewed to the looks of a winner, while being treated like the worst of a sinner. Clues made with a deal, along the hidden blade's edge, contract signed in blood. Fever rising, body gone cold, sickness seeping in to take a hold, through something none should ask, as we try to put on a tough mask. Sleep a remedy I fully need, as many who look have agreed, when they see my skin go pale and my sense of taste going stale. Oh yeah, no, not if I feel like anybody who's gotten sick should be able to relate to these. Allow me a moment to try and think before into the pain I sink from the lessons of the past, which I will always desire to be the last. How can I question the need for my medicine to chase this away? Call it a fever dream, ripping me from the seam, and how can it be when the sickness becomes me? A desire for healing, now wouldn't that be appealing? Yet what can I go and say when the healing has not come this day? It's coming rather slowly. Still typing rapidly to end this happily. As my eyes begin to close, it was not something I chose. Why do we all tire as we move throughout our life, seeking our respite? So many moments coming within as we seek healing to come in. And so up to the heavens we cry, only for God to deny. Though I may not seem rather sane, I feel I am allowed to complain of the ailments afflicting me with a desire to eventually be free. A single moment that leads into more when you hear the sound of an opening door, finally allowed to leave and go out towards the calling you have always asked about. I am my witness when death becomes a part of me, to set my soul free. Even my poetry, anyways. Playing life's game, we are not all made the same, each with the goals that we try and reach, to the ones we try to beseech. Excuse me a moment before I sleep, for this healing time I do not long to keep. But what must be done when you have a goal of one. When all this was done and said, and I went up into my bed to tuck myself away for dreams to come and play. End of the line, and I'm trying hard, for my health I did not guard, as heat seeps away from me, making me as cold as can be. Oh, how I long to go and reap a sense of a peaceful sleep, to never wake in the night when my body treats me right. There are no games to play this day when fatigue comes to take me away, just so that I can finally heal, and in my health a life to finally feel. I do not long to go and fight my body that seeks to sleep at night, despite the fact I am a night owl. I shall not pout or scowl. Standing at the edge of the healing that I seek, to go and be whole. To fight against this coffin vein, making me feel like I'm going insane, where no matter what I go and drink, it won't leave me alone to think. Sometimes one and sometimes more, as we ask who all of it's for, a mystery we've been given with a love that has come and forgiven. Do not go and cast me into the void, for my body to be destroyed. So by your mercy lift me up, and do not let me drink of this cup. So unto Jesus here I pray, that I may meet a healthy day, that does not come with weeks of ruin, that feels like my body must be done in. Who am I to cry for aid from all the glory you displayed? Come and strengthen my body and bones, so that I may escape sickness with its moans. I question if I should have gone, if sickness came upon the dawn, on one of which I cannot shake. Why is this what I must take? History repeating like the rising sun. Have we ever questioned what we have done? As technology continues to grow, how is there less than what we should know? Feeling the pressure from all our life's demand, never slowing down. Legends put on display so that we may remember the day they went out to go and fight all the evil in their sight. Going to break out of shame so that none may see me the same as the one from the past through the work that was never fast. That is going to be it. These are going to be a lot shorter ones because remember, I was sick when I was writing the vast majority of these. So they're not going to be as elaborate as I would have liked. But, the Villanelles will make up for that. Until 39. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are on our third and last reading for the day because tomorrow is going to be a doozy. Villanelles, it's 100 pages tomorrow, okay, guys? We're going to be going through 100 pages tomorrow. But anyways, welcome to Scribes and Men. I am the Mad Poet of Thousands, Sam. Welcome to volume 39, as I said. Let's get into it. And remember, I still was writing these when I was sick. Bold are your claims that you long to defend, while bowing to the system you now depend. And what is this that I now see of you falling into your self-righteous depravity? Shifting the post while cheering for a divide, constantly ignoring the vitriol seeping inside, claiming you have answers when there's nothing you know, for it's all but an act of your own circus show. Tickle in the throat, and I begin to sigh, knowing the sickness is no lie. So I take the medicine and vitamins alike to try and get it to go take a hike. King in the making, a crown for the taking, before forsaking, as giants start waking, inside systems of fear, holding us near, before they appear, with signs so clear, how did we not know, as they would show, in places we go, to bring us all low, these giants of men coming again, with the might of a pen, so now you can see, in order to agree that we are not free. Questions of a quitter, going through life all bitter. Will you let experience dictate your life, to let misery drown you and constantly in strife? I do not mean to go and whine when I'm not feeling fine, begging to be healthy inside, to the one who has the power to decide. Beating of the heart, during coughs that attack like a dart, thrown to hit their bullseye as I lament crying out why. Yeah, there was a time when I was coughing so hard, it felt like my ribs were breaking. Those are not fun times. Those are never fun times. Crushing ever so safely, and I'm in pain, longing to not experience this again. Remember, I had pneumonia. Is this a punishment or a test to get my body to have its rest? Entering outside, as it end, I begin to shiver. Well, years ago I had pneumonia. I was like, oh, please not again, is the idea behind a lot of this. A sickness calls and my bones quiver, and so once again it begins like one of my many sins. They said I was pale and shaking from the men who came awaking all of those who had fallen asleep to save them from the abyss of the deep. Were we meant to only survive, or were we meant to go and thrive? And what does thriving even mean when it's different for every path that is seen? Words that I went to seek, while feeling so weak, trying to continue on, and not be sick upon the dawn. Pain vibrating through my rib cage, from the force of a cough from my lungs, unable to go and disengage, when feeling constricted and high-strung. Pretty little victims with crocodile tears, that you were paid to always go cry, guilt-free. All my plans dashed to the wind when health now has thinned, dragging me back to further away than where I'd like to be every day. Give me time, give me health. Give me time and health and more all right, for all the thoughts do not come as a fight. Yet when I am trying to go and survive, how can my work be written and thrive? On the bed, writhing in pain from an inner system now gone insane, adding their own shock to the heart as I cry at another thing about to start. Of all the things I do hate, the one which I hold the most disdain is being caught up in the state, added with a healthy kick of pain. Crowds of people between invisible wrath, as sickness and plague comes in with a laugh. Despite how hard we try to resist, it broke the barriers as it would persist. How am I supposed to get rest like this? Is there something I happen to miss while placed in a system I never asked to be in, while this sickness as punishment consumes me within? How am I supposed to have this leave when I'm struggling to believe, where no matter how I cry, I am instead left on my own questioning why? Roads of desolation, have we felt like we won when we look back at all we've done, trying to survive off of what we have left while trying to protect ourselves from our own theft? All my attempts for a plan seem to shatter, as if putting them together should never matter when I'm trying to reach a goal, the goals I set, none of which I have ever successfully met. If we are our own worst enemy, who can save us when we raise our voices into the void in our fuss, standing there ever so slightly hollow, waiting for a sign we can finally follow? I know my potential and I let myself down to know what I hold as I let slip of the crown, sighing because I always, always know there is more that I can do than I ever show. I am the one that I should forgive, for how else am I to live if I can't even go and love the self created from the one above? Call yourself a goth and haven't read what I write? Laughable. Now go on and sit down tight. For do you know the reasons the ravens cry upon the graves under the moonlit sky? There are no answers to go and give until you learn what it means to live. Call all of this feeling the freezing. I must admit it's not pleasing. I'm shaking and then I'm gone, for but a moment while it's going on. Behold the crown of your king, born of the idols you bring. Who's to blame when all goes wrong, while deaf to the warning song? Claim to be my better, then shall I bow, careful of that hubris you hold now, for when it comes to skill, another comes to challenge what they will. There was a pretty little liar who claimed they set themselves on fire, but little did they know it was all just a show that others made into a satire. Fools of a feather gathered together, protesting under their money tree, creating a storm out of fair weather, showing hypocrisy for all to see. If we are the ones always unstable when brought to the table of blood, money, and deals, is it any wonder how any of it feels? Show me your face and I'll reveal a lie that you won't put away or let die. And so here we stand wearing our mask while pretending to know our own task. How's that false sense of morality you're holding? I did not come to preach or give a scolding, just to come and stare ever so amused while you sit there staring, all confused. They might be giants if only they were as defiant, instead of putting on a show, acting hollower than we'd know. Fall in line, take the pill and swallow. Be a good person and only follow. Never ask questions or even why, and never open your eyes before you die. I never asked to be chosen to end up feeling so frozen, all while trying to become warm in order to weather the storm. So many feelings we find appalling. So many feelings we find appalling that would cause us to be stalling. For who would ever want to feel something as slimy as an eel? We all fell into our mistakes, not realizing how much work it takes to accept and keep moving along, knowing the past is not where you belong. They call us crazy, but how could they know that everything done is all but a show, like one seen on reality TV, caged and never truly free. No need to go and stammer when you go out performing by glamour. Distract them with a spectacular display, so their ears end up mishearing what you say. Catch me on the ground, writhing in pain from the coughs that my ribs disdain. Let it go, let it be free, so that I can become as healthy as can be. So that I can become as healthy as can be. I have come to accept that I have no control over life and all the plans it stole. But what can I go and do but to try and continue to push on through? Try harder, or so they'll all say, the ones who have contingencies every day. But what is it to man whose nature denies, no matter how hard one goes and constantly tries? Becoming sick is just another way to trap a caged bird, whose cries for freedom constantly go unheard. Though the doors are open, still unable to fly, for there is a cage within a cage that still denies the sky. Shall I waltz for you? Would you even listen? Of all the things I do, all while you hate my mission. Motivation of the self takes the level of obsession, to take a tight hold of your possession, then to wield it farther than you thought you could, and further still than they thought you would. Transience of life, passing on through its seasons, from death to rebirth, like the melting of snowflakes to the blooming of flowers, the cycle continues on. Time and energy, that should be an and. What's with the lack of D's?
Do not, do not, do not, do not.
Time and energy before all goes to waste as we try to hurry in our haste, being taught to forget what it means to be slow, to take a breath or two before we continue to go. There are many things where I sit and stand that I could have held in my hand, if only I had the knowledge to know how, but none of that matters now. Life is too short to be so serious, so why not act a little delirious, dressed up in ways they'd consider you mad? But when was the last time there was fun they had? A dance does not always take two, as those who dance under the rain understand and do, for a feeling that the body longs to go and get out, beyond that of a song, or even a scream or shout. It matters not if one is given a chance to be pulled up on stage for a dance, for how can they see the spark that will allow you to eventually make your mark? People may laugh and scoff at what you say, that you'll go and accomplish one day. And when that day comes, there will be a surprise to find that your words had not been lies. Crystal candy succulent grapes, within their circular shining shapes, pop into the mouth a burst of flavor that you long to continue to savor. There are many things I can write, don't try my hand, for onto the pages those words will eventually land. Whether by a keyboard or the stroke of a pen, it's not a matter of how, but only a matter of when. Displayed all the ways for the ages, the works of my hand onto these pages, to try and understand the motion of a poet showing his devotion. A lonely road of sacrifice to pick up your cross and pay the price, as you move to where you're meant to go, as others will never come to understand or know. Why are the crowds the ones we long to appease, when they're lost in their own disease? For a good leader will not say, but will show, for those who follow cannot understand and know. All the things we could have been, if only we had foreseen, but you know what they say about hindsight, 2020 and blinded by the light. Let go of past inhibitions through the struggle of various conditions. Find something so beautifully new that finally makes you feel something true. Many a thing I try to achieve, but often more than I like to believe. My body ends up fighting against me and refuses to let me remain healthy. All the things I could do if all I did was right. The length of things with no end in sight. Among the height of the scribes looking in as I harness the relentless pursuit I hold within. Why should I count the days by things to do when really we never tend to have a clue, despite there being things we want until life comes on by to destroy and taunt? Every word I say, to every word I pray, would God even answer me this day with promises I never seem to be, but such timing is not for me to fully see. From hot to cold, then cold back to hot, but I'll tell you what I'm not. Pleased with the situation I found myself to suddenly and constantly be around. Of all the things I've loved to talk and bring out to the presence of the people willing to sing, let them find the greatest of choices to use with their siren like voices. I did not ask to be where I have been found, laying here on the cold ground, staring up with a vacant expression while fighting away another bout of depression. So they saw a man of sickness still living. There are many places we wish to be that would make our lives feel a little more free, and so, like on a race, we begin our chase as we try to achieve our place. Becoming sick rather quick, not what I'd pick, call it a dick. For stealing my health with its stealth, couldn't save with wealth. I want to be free, as you can see, this isn't for me, so I shall try, as a cry to the sky, for the sickness to die. How much more could I do between me and you if I wasn't here all on my own, instead was given a helpful zone? How much sacrifice will finally suffice before I can truly relax, while not slipping through the cracks? Playing catch up isn't always fun when so much work needs to be done, and though the earth rotates around the sun, one day I feel I'll have finally won. All the desires many hold, finding I'm not alone, or so I'm told, separated by those behind a screen, all wondering where the other has been. Do not let it fester too long, for it shall make one weak rather than the strong, becoming victims lost in their hate, while never understanding their state. There is not many things I shall ask, for such a thing has never been my task, from those who have no ears to hear words and lessons made so clear. Sweat of my brow with all I've spent, with the places I've gone and went, from the paper to the screen and everything I've ever done and seen. Oh, how I'd much rather be met with a kiss than a cough of sickness I long to miss. Yet consequence of my actions led me here, and so I must struggle through it all. I fear. Am I worthy of a crown? Am I worthy of a crown when I've let so many down? This is no survivor's guilt I fear, just questions of why I am left here. Of all I write, could they take up a page, though they might be like a short word of a sage, with it bite-sized pieces for people to read, allowing them to stop when they feel they need. I do not mean to despair, for that isn't really fair when I know it's something small, yet there are different reactions when we fall. A moment of peace under the clear twilight sky as our thoughts float on by. All the things I lack, even though I may not slack, within the realms of what I wish, like the presentation of a 5-star dish. Was I ever one to fully fall in line when presented with a plan or a sign? Maybe things would be different if I were, yet such a thing tends to not occur. What does it require to continue on when you feel rather lost and gone? Why do you pick yourself up off the ground to show the others what kind of person you are around? When shall I meet the magnet that pulls me in, the chemical reaction that lights me from within, until smoke rises from fire for all to see, claimed by the one who forever will be? Am I bound to a place of my own making, with the keys in reach for my own taking? And if so, why have I been unable to open the door, to step into something so unexpected as before? I must catch up, but my strength is not my own, for all the ideas God has planted and shown. So how can I accept glory alone, when it's the creativity of God that is greater than what I've shown? Groovy with God, so why should I hurry, as my body dances beside him without worry, with all the stories and laughter we share? Who coming between us would ever dare? Another day, another time to repent of another sin that I've gone and spent, while unable to resist my fleshly desire that I wish was permanently tossed into the fire. Spinning around, the system starts filling Through the words I write as I'm willing, all within steadfast determination, there can be no hesitation. So many things I should have done, and then I fell. Asked how I'm feeling, and then wouldn't be well. While cursing the sickly affliction, not knowing what's worse, this or an addiction. I must accept this state, for it's already here, and no matter how much I try, it does not clear. Now annoyed with the switch of my face, such did not need to become the case. All the things left behind when the time was not being kind, and life just sat there with a smile all while I waited through the bile. How many things has time set that has become our regret that we wish to go and undo with a time machine and a clue? This is how it shall be, then so be it. I shall take that throne and upon it sit, then stare down at all those who dare to come and challenge with a skill and a snare. We fell into our own desire as we tried to jump out before the burning and the fire, now feeling rather spent, not knowing where those temptations came or went. What will they know, what will they see, when it comes to all that we could be? Find a place among the stars where we'll stand, and among those who came before us, hold their hand. And that is going to be it of volume 39. Tomorrow we hit volume 40, which is going to be massive. It's going to be a long video. And yes, I do have a few favorite Villanelles from that one, as it is fully Villanelle based. But until then, I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Of Scribes and Men. I am your mad poet of thousands, Sam. And buckle up, buttercups, because this is probably going to be either the second or third most, depending on how volume 90 turns out. Most intense volume that I will probably write along this journey. It's not going to be the most intense, but it is going to be the second or third. If you were to ask me what's going to be the most intense, wait until volume 50. Wait until volume 50, and that's all I'll say about that. That volume 50 is going to be the most intense. But 100 Villanelles, wrote them all in 10 days. If you would like a document or PDF copy of this so that you can read it in your own time without listening to me read through it, let me know. And I will, of course, tell you which Villanelle in here is my favorite. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a doozy. And like I said, if you want a copy, let me know. Eventually, I will have all my volumes out there for people to read in one way or another. I haven't figured out how yet. I don't know if I'm going to do it through, like, throw them all onto Google Docs and then, like, just have, like, a mass link that people can go onto. I haven't figured it out. If you guys have, like, the best way or have ideas, let me know. But I digress. Let's get into these Villanelles. There's 100 pages. This is going to be a lengthy one. Oh, and I have named them all, too. Oh, what is life to be covered in shame, to then come inside and gift us its pain. Treated thus as if it's all just a game. We cry to time as if it's ours to claim. For a moment of youth we try to gain. Oh, what is life to be covered in shame? Temptation's desire of fortune and fame, a sacrifice of blood from the insane. Treated thus as if it's all just a game. All for a taste, who's to say all for a taste, who's to say you're one to blame? Although this status you long to obtain. Oh, what is life to be covered in shame? From the smiles on faces, what's in a name? Remembered not by those no longer sane. Treated thus as if it's all just a game. Did you really think these you could go tame, who all lack the means to go and abstain? Oh, what is life to be covered in shame, treated thus as if it's all just a game. The sailors sing for the pleasures at bay, away from the waves and the siren song, before they drown at sea their souls to weigh. Time is amiss at sea when gone all day, their bonds beholden to feel like they belong. The sailors sing for the pleasures at bay, caught in a doldrum where no ships shall sway. Revelry to panic when all went wrong, before they drown at sea their souls to weigh. Now the ghosts rise with haunting tales to say, with when memories come with the even song, the sailors sing for the pleasures at bay. The clouded judgment now on display, mixed in with desires for which they long, before they drown at sea their souls to weigh. The siren smiles, for she had her way, deceived by illusions she would prolong. The sailors sing for pleasures at bay, before they drown at sea their souls to weigh. And yes, I do still have the cough, so you'll have to excuse that. It's a progress thing. Step right up, you men between gods and kings. No humility to spare, and you dare go out to claim. Okay, step right up, you men between gods and kings. No humility to spare, and you dare go out to claim your spot with angels' wings. Seek you glory in the song a bard sings, to claim the heart of a maiden so fair. Step right up, you men between gods and kings. Douse yourself then within the youthful springs. Then, as you wash your body with great care, go out to claim your spot with angels' wings. Hide your eyes of pride with all manners of strings, then no man who sees come to mock and stare. Step right up, you men between gods and kings. You who claim to hold up all magic of things, supernatural gifts given so rare, go out to claim your spot with angels' wings. Do you know the hubris held in your rings, as they stare at your soul with teeth laid bare? Step right up, you men between gods and kings, go out to claim your spot with angels' wings. Tale of lies at the edge of a smile, hidden beyond where shadows can't see, a spark of light in your one to beguile, within an eye of delight all the while, you know the manner of which souls to free, tales of lies at the edge of a smile, to the emperor's new clothes with your style, only to go bow as you take the knee, a spark of light in your one to beguile. So who shall you entertain in denial, unable to accept the ways things will be, tales of lies at the edge of a smile. Now face to face with all that you revile, made with deals from the emperor's decree, a spark of light in your one to beguile. Caught in hand with land ever so fertile, from all the bodies under the hanging tree, tales of lies at the edge of a smile, a spark of light in your one to beguile. All bowed down to worship these men of bones, who denied the truth for the lies they seek, as they carved on through all the dead men's moans. Greed came in as they sought the blood-red thrones, and drank from the souls they tried to speak. All bowed down to worship these men of bones. We watched them laugh in towers of marble stones, and what could we do when they made us weak, as they carved on through all these dead men's moans? They listened to sermons of ancient tones in their incensed room so the blood won't leak, all bowed down to worship these men of bones. And their boats drowned out all those mournful groans among the rotting corpses where flesh does reek, as they carved on through all the dead men's moans. A contract for a soul for the spirit's loans, with hollowed homes where floors do creak, all bow to worship these men of bones, as they carved on through all the dead men's moans. Upon the ocean where the waves do flow, while under the spanning clear blue sky, will we ever truly know where our time will go? With lessons from tales all the sailors know, and secrets kept of which they all must lie, upon the ocean where the waves do flow. We brushed it away like an evening show, as we watched the dock where the seagulls fly. Will we truly know where our time will go? Yet omens remain with the voice of a crow, they heard from the sound of a mermaid's cry, upon the ocean where the waves do flow. Where many once sunk into the depths below, holding ghostly colors from those who die, will we truly ever know where our time will go? And from these tales of melancholic woe, where nature claims even all those who try, upon the ocean where the waves do flow, will we truly know where our time will go? Tick tock, the sound of the grandfather clock, with shadows cast upon the midnight hall, where all shadows creep and all shadows flock, towards the fear of the mind for things to mock, besides flashes of light on a hallowed wall. Tick tock, the sound of the grandfather clock. And across the windows the branches knock, before embraced in night by a single doll, where all shadows creep and all shadows flock, abandoned by age where all things grow and stalk, noise unheard by the voice of a silent call. Tick tock, the sound of the grandfather clock. Now alone in the woods where the banshees talk, as the light of the sun is rare to fall, where all shadows creep and all shadows flock, stands the mansion where none still dare to walk through, though the guardian still here standing tall. Tick tock, the sound of the grandfather clock, where all shadows creep and all shadows flock. The fox of the wood was quick with her grin, with movements so enchanted, so coy and sly, for the fools to give chase, but never to win. With all their jokes and tales she tells her kin, revealing the essence of tricks to apply. The fox of the wood was quick with her grin, caught up by the sound of a violin, enthralled to attention she knew but why, for fools to give chase, but never to win. Laughter was heard when she revealed her skin. When they had seen her, then who could deny? The fox of the wood was quick with her grin. She tempted with lust and triggered their sin, stoked the fire of all those who tried to go lie, for the fools to give chase, but never to win. Her voice to haunt, using seduction within, when none have realized they never should try. The fox of the wood was quick with her grin, for the fools to give chase, but never to win. Pressed against the body, licked up by fire, with touches of skin revealing a sigh, all for a taste of consuming desire. In essence of lust taking one higher, within the bedroom floor where clothes do lie, pressed against the body, licked up by fire. The bard shall sing with a lute or a lyre, as they know the system none can deny, all for a taste of consuming desire. So what is the need to go and inquire? No need to ask questions before you can try. Pressed against the body, licked up by fire. And what need to be in such fancy attire, when all know the answer, when someone asks why, all for a taste of consuming desire. Now give in to the one who comes to acquire, with a touch of her hand, the pleasure's the sky, pressed against the body, licked up by fire, all for a taste of consuming desire. Dance of an ember placed on a sacrifice, all to ease the cries of the people's plea. For what on a pyre would truly suffice? Cost of immortality, what is the price? A path displayed to become young and free. Dance of an ember placed on a sacrifice. Offerings from mass who come to entice, within shrouded faces that none should see. For what on a pyre would truly suffice? All to close the eyes, now wouldn't that be nice, to embrace the dark as you come to be, dance of an ember placed on a sacrifice. Heed not the warning that will come in thrice, for that one should wake and suddenly flee, for what on a pyre would truly suffice. Drown in your pleasure, yes, drown in your vice, and sure as you witness, as you will agree, dance of an ember placed on a sacrifice, for what on a pyre would truly suffice. A moment of fire, and what should you miss, along all the words that you should not... Let me start that again. A moment of fire, and what should you miss, along all the words that you could not say, placed with a lover withholding a kiss, all traced with their hand while running from bliss, your actions moving slowly, caught with dismay, a moment of fire, and what should you miss? Denied and lost, what melancholy is this, that you linger among windows every day, placed with it a lover withholding a kiss? Now your vacant eyes that stare at the abyss, with a mind flickering, with nothing to say, a moment of fire, and what should you miss? Do not chase after your heart, that would be remiss, as love has moved with temporal delay, placed with a lover withholding a kiss. Life brings you such joy you shouldn't dismiss, to open its paths and show you the way. A moment of fire, and what should you miss? Placed with a lover withholding a kiss. Were the streets I traveled, none I could see, from the place to place where the memories fade. Had I the power to stop, where would I be? Through the barren lands with the sky so free, and the places of birth I had once played, were the streets that I traveled, none I could see. Spending long hours in trucks leaping with glee, across the shores where we all had once stayed. Had I the power to stop, where would I be? Connections made and we could not foresee, their fickle nature like fog that had strayed. Were the streets that I traveled, none I could see. We made our homes in places only to flee, foundations so fragile not properly laid. Had I the power to stop, where would I be? If I had a choice, then I think I'd agree with all the places and memories I've made. Were the streets that I traveled and none I could see. Had I the power to stop, where would I be? You once were a child before you were a man, back when the world was bright and felt new. Now stumbling around like this wasn't the plan. Oh, how fellows gathered within their own clan, playing together while enjoying the view. You once were a child before you were a man. Gone now with the rest who search as they ran, who seek the talents of things they could do, now stumbling around like this wasn't the plan. Did we ever know when it all began, while going through games we all would pursue? You once were a child before you were a man. From out of the fire and into the pan, confused, lost innocence, not having a clue, now stumbling around like this wasn't the plan. What should we say about this minor lifespan as we wander around our questions of who? You once were a child before you were a man, now stumbling around like this wasn't the plan. What dreams of an artist when they desire sleep? Who stare at a canvas like stars through the night. When imagination comes out from the deep, with new tools to acquire, forever to keep, painting things not always picked up by sight. What dreams of an artist when they desire sleep? All through dark corners for their minds to go creep, hidden in shadows while shading the light. When imagination comes out from the deep, drip fed their caffeine while their coffee does seep, as they revel through their nocturnal delight. What dreams of an artist when they desire sleep? And what should it be to consider them cheap, who bring emotional storms with all their might, when imagination comes out from the deep? Let your eyes gaze, embrace, and let yourself weep, as understanding dawns with your insight. What dreams of an artist when they desire sleep, when imagination comes out from the deep? Chasing our dreams and now we're free falling, while hyenas are laughing, asking us why, as we reveal the bones of our calling. Our starlit eyes become so enthralling, raising our desires to reach the moon and sky, chasing our dreams and now we're free falling. So many times, bruised on the ground crawling, onlookers shake their heads, watching us try, as we reveal the bones of our calling. Another face of failure, and we're stalling, questioning the choices between you and I, chasing our dreams, and now we're free falling. We have no time to let your thoughts start sprawling, moving past shadows of normality's lie, as we reveal the bones of our calling. Truly, there is nothing more appalling than watching each twinkle that begins to die, chasing our dreams, and now we're free falling, as we reveal the bones of our calling. To one last breath upon the rising dawn, when last of the night has faded away, we saw one last sight before all was gone. All things change as as time eventually moves on, as life passes through both the night and day, to one last breath upon the rising dawn. Moment in a canvas an artist had drawn, worth 1,000 words the words could not say. We saw one last sight before all was gone. And all the cute creatures we all would fawn, no longer remaining there for us to play, to one last breath upon the rising dawn. Aged now, watching youth play on the lawn, for one more soul for us to go and pray, we saw one last sight before all was gone. Our tired eyes now coming in with a yawn, while embracing the warmth of the sun's ray, to one last breath upon the rising dawn, we saw one last sight before all was gone. Welcome to the circus of creation. Allow your mind to light up and go wild as we bring you a taste of elation. We shall become your next best fixation. All that you see, there shall be nothing mild. Welcome to the circus of creation. So many things to enjoy with your duration, with pleasures that would blow the mind of a child as we bring you the taste of elation. No need to leave when we're your salvation. Towards all our guests we've gone and profiled. Welcome to the circus of creation. Relax and let go of your frustration. Let yourself ease and not in and become beguiled as we bring you a taste of elation. Now take a seat of your coronation with a crown you magnificently styled. Welcome to the circus of creation as we bring you a taste of elation. For the weight of the world before it froze, when nobody would give a helping hand, hearing the mocking from a murder of crows. Some went and sought the answer no one knows, searching through the nearest and most distant land, for the weight of the world before it froze. Lost in delusion, many would oppose, as the people would try and make the final stand, hearing a mocking from a murder of crows. They ignore the prophets dressed in ragged clothes, becoming blind and deaf to their demand for the weight of the world before it froze. Deeds of the corrupt the people would expose, blindsided by those they could not command, hearing the mocking from a murder of crows. Now a way to save the call for heroes arose, coming together with whom they would ban for the weight of the world before it froze, hearing the mocking from a murder of crows. Lost in the dark to be staring at fear, when the shadows come to snuff out the light, where one step forward would make everything clear. Comfort comes like a tempting siren to hear. No need to move when surrounded by delight. Lost in the dark to be staring at fear. Now to distract and divide while drawing near, for where would one move while in a false fight, where one step forward would make everything clear. Hostage situation with all you hold dear, and thick is that hand that you try to bite, lost in the dark to be staring at fear. All those noises as the enemies jeer, as you try and block the faces from your sight, where one step forward would make everything clear. Finally, a breath of fresh air when help would appear, to guide your way through the darkest night, lost in the dark to be staring at fear, where one step forward would make everything clear. Sitting on the floor, staring at the ceiling, as the world then starts spinning around me, and I cannot recognize this feeling. With all the things I could now be dealing, with all the questions of who I could be, sitting on the floor, staring at the ceiling, when for a moment I thought I'd be healing, at the clouds departed, letting me be free, and I cannot recognize this feeling. Matters of love, which would be appealing, with all the thoughts imagination could see, sitting on the floor, staring at the ceiling, where all thoughts of such would send me squealing, with a flushed face while shaking my legs in glee, and I cannot recognize this feeling. If only the future would come revealing, at least I'd be lost within my mind's endless sea, sitting on the floor, staring at the ceiling, and I cannot recognize this feeling. Within the tempest winds a howling cry, beyond the sea of the forgotten souls, where the spirits wander as none can die. Upon that island that sailors deny, hearing the midnight song when their church bell tolls, within the tempest winds a howling cry. I suppose there should be a comma there to like, within the tempest winds a howling cry. There we go. Let me just... There we go. That makes much more sense. So let's start that over. Within the tempest winds, a howling cry, beyond the sea of the forgotten souls, where the spirits wander as none can die. Upon that island that sailors deny, hearing the midnight song when the church bells tolls. Within the tempest winds, a howling cry. Sacrifice of heathens under crimson sky, before the wrath of God comes to tip his bowls, where the spirits wonder as none can die. What good matters where all the good men lie, who all try to achieve their valiant goals, within the tempest winds a howling cry. So, we have the widows with their mournful sigh, among the graves where the morning fog rolls, where the spirits wonder as none can die. Should we avoid where the angels would fly, while leashed up in chains among their controls, within the tempest winds a howling cry, where the spirits wander as none can die. In whom shall it be with our sweet delight, as we all stare into the vibrant... In whom shall it be with our sweet delight, as we all stare into their vibrant eyes? If we're to be blind, let it be our last sight. For what beauty like this shall glimmer in light, by the gleam of the moon from moonlit skies? In whom shall it be with our sweet delight? A pearl of great worth to obtain with our might, once covered by dirt and wounded by lies. If we are to be blind, let it be our last sight. Such one as this, from whom kingdoms would fight, as some men of valor fall while others rise. In whom shall it be with our sweet delight? Who holds the vibrant hues of the twilight, and to feel their touch like an honored prize? If we are to be blind, let it be our last sight. All to such beauty every scholar would write, onto parchment before ink of the word dries. In whom shall it be with our sweet delight? If we're to be blind, then let it be our last sight. Questions of a drunk answered by the floor, blurred together by the sight of their drink. So some call it fun, but I regard it a bore. Through their addiction, always asking for more, that slurs the mind to prevent one to think. Questions of their drunk answered by the floor. Why be uptight with new ways to explore? All for a toast with their glasses they clink. Some call it fun, but I regard it a bore. But why should I wake to the headache they wore, in a miserable state while over a sink? Questions of a drunk answered by the floor. Yet how would I know what I've not tried before? They say with a grin while giving a wink. Some call it fun, but I regard it a bore. The sake of excess one should never adore. To waste one's life one should really rethink. Questions of a drunk answered by the floor. Some call it fun, but I regard it a bore. To you, fair maiden, I shall present my vow, among the crowds of lords and ladies to see, all for a show, to then end with a bow. From a grand circus's performance, and how the jester makes a fool of their addressee, to you, fair maiden, I shall present my vow. In the presence of what the high courts allow, shall you ever see me bend my knee, all for a show, to then end with a bow. So come along in with some hubris now, for a dance of wits among the bourgeoisie. For you, fair maiden, I shall present my vow. And to you all I should kowtow. Such is not the kind of person I'm to be, for all for a show, to then end with a bow. So call me Robin, with his skills to endow, towards all men who long to be free. To you, fair maiden, I shall present my vow, all for a show, to then end with a bow. A moment of peace under neon rain, in a cyber city space where secrets hide, none of which matters when there's vibes to gain. Standing outside clubs where people hide their pain, no work of therapists for them to confide. A moment of peace under neon rain. And as the neon signs mark the walls they stain, a trail of smoke rises to the sky with pride, none of which matters when there's vibes to gain. While the sound of music begins to drain, the body dances to what can't be denied, a moment of peace under neon rain. As cars move on by, lost in their lane, moving in a trance of those tired inside, none of which matters when there's vibes to gain. What is the work of man if done in vain, of all those who tried so hard with all they've applied? A moment of peace under a neon rain, none of which matters when there's vibes to gain. The cat caught the tongue of all those they know, whose words got trapped as they began to speak, with memories lost as they tried to go. With the works of our hands we went to show, the knowledge to give when they came to seek. The cat caught the tongue of all those they know. Some would look and think that we were all slow. We would feel small with the manners of the meek, with a memory lost as they tried to go. Yet, before it all, when our memories would flow, only when presenting our words became... Yet before it all, when our minds would flow, only when presenting our words became Greek. The cat caught the tongue of all those they know, and all the words of wisdom that would come bestow, and after words of wisdom would come bestow, in the harmony of the greatest technique, with the memory lost as they tried to go. Oh, would anyone save us from such woe, to be labeled as sane and not a freak? The cat caught the tongue of all those they know, with memory lost as they tried to go. Oof. We praise the tales of a child's delight, for the imaginations to go and soar, before we put them to sleep during the night. Is a smile on parents when they see such a sight, when children come back always asking for more? Do we praise the tales of a child's delight? And when they adventure on with such might, as the day begins to end when they watch that door, before we put them to sleep during the night, we can hear them come with stories, their eyes alight, claiming proudly it's a tale one can't ignore. Do we praise the tales of a child's delight? Will we hold their hands to ease their fright upon their faces we all watch and adore, before we put them to sleep during the night? So let's kneel beside them as if we're their knight, such as one has not seen since or before. Do we praise the tales of a child's delight, before we put them to sleep during the night? A game of life with the roll of dice, unpredictability when things will be. Tossed from the hand before paying the price. Imperfections and with nothing precise. Though we all go try with our skills to see. A game of life with a roll of the dice. For nothing is certain and we can't think twice. We try to find perfection with each degree. Tossed from the hand before paying the price. And so in our madness we all fall into vice, numbing the mind in acts we can't foresee. A game of life with a roll of the dice. As temptations come to seduce and entice, never to see a nature so beastly, tossed from the hand before paying the price. Do we know what we all must sacrifice in order to leave and finally be free? A game of life with a roll of the dice, tossed from the hand before paying the price. All the things we've done and then had destroyed, when no one saw or ever had a clue, for a single moment we had enjoyed, within an essence of time that had been devoid, and we wandered around for something to do. All the things we've done and then had destroyed, while hearing whispers from out of the void, with convincing words we claimed to be true, for a single moment we had enjoyed. Before all the men the law had deployed, this life of crime that we would then debut, all the things we've done and then had destroyed, towards the victims who had gone and annoyed, the ones they instigated as they came through, for a single moment we had enjoyed. As we robbed a bank with the men we employed to increase the money we would accrue, all the things we've done and then had destroyed, for a single moment we had enjoyed. Why do we stay awake with weary eyes when the Sandman comes to go claim their sleep? Is it our slumber that of the fool or the wise. No matter what we do in each disguise, when they know what to come, take, and then keep, why do we stay awake with weary eyes? When we hear whispers from those we claim as lies, as thoughts come flooding and claiming to be deep, is our slumber that of the fool or the wise? Nocturnal nature ignoring who advise. Nocturnal nature ignoring who advise, reasons to rest, least insanity comes to reap. Why do we stay awake with weary eyes? It is no thing we should go and despise, for even robots dream of electric sheep. Is our slumber that of the fool or the wise? Such things as this should be like a nice prize, when our health should not be treated so cheap. Why do we stay awake with weary eyes? Is our slumber that of the fool or the wise? The passing of time is nobody's friend, an emotionless force remaining the same, yet down to its order we must depend. From the start of empires to their end, and the youth of the rulers all try to claim, the passing of time is nobody's friend. In control of chaos that we pretend, treating it like it's some high-structured game, yet down to its order we must depend. With all moments of life that we spend, being taught who to hate and who to blame, the passing of time is nobody's friend. Such is the way of history scribes have penned, stories of kingdoms who always try to tame, yet down to its order we must depend. For what is there for you to try and defend, when all we have left is truly our name? The passing of time is nobody's friend, yet down to its order we must depend. Okay, so this one, number 32, the Yuki Onna Comes. This is my favorite Villanelle. This one, out of all the Villanelles, is my favorite one of this volume. This one. But then again, I am a sucker for yokai, so it makes sense. Within the blizzard where no man should go, when everything is surrounded by white, the Yuki Onna comes, covered in snow. Lessons are told for everyone to know, as one cannot win against winter's might, within the blizzards where no man should go. When they play their games so they can all show festivities of a holiday's delight, the Yuki Onna comes, covered in snow. As the rivers all freeze, blocking their flow, and the rage of the cold, now one must fight, within the blizzard where no man should go. What is it for man to face the frozen woe, when blinded then by the winter sun's light, the Yuki Onna comes, covered in snow. Perhaps a blessing there is to bestow, someone to take the edge off the season's bite, within the blizzard where no man should go. The Yuki Onna comes, covered in snow. What is love to all the ones who have lost within the shadows of what they once knew? Would you dare pay such a heavy cost to fight for everything only to exhaust yourself towards the person you love true? What is love to all the ones who have lost? While others look at the feeling they once tossed, they laughed on by with no care what they do. Would you dare pay such a heavy cost? Seasons change, yet some stay in their permafrost. Who can truly know what they've all gone through? What is love to all the ones who have lost? And all the pictures they've gone and glossed, never then knowing how they can come to. Would you dare to pay such a heavy cost? To the lover's eyes who were once star-crossed, until the winds of death then came and blew. What is love to all the ones who have lost? Would you dare pay such a heavy cost? Okay, so this one, this one took me forever to compile. So for those of you who don't know what a cento is, and I'm gonna do a brief pause here, it is essentially a form of found poetry where ideally the traditional way was to take it from poems and create something new from poetic lines that you find. What I do is I take lyrics. I take song lyrics, and that's how I create my cento / found poetry, is through song lyrics. So I decided that, hey, why don't I make a Villanelle out of this?
it took me way too long. It took me like over an hour. Is probably closer to 2. It was, especially when I have like a bunch I need to write. Yeah, it slowed my progression down quite a bit, but it was still a fun project. So, anyways, let's get into it. It is not the same when I'm with you. Somebody said that it fades away. I'm not supposed to want you, but I do. I've lied for you and I liked it too. Would things be easier if there was a right way? It's not the same when I'm with you. Now I sleep in a bed built for two. The voices in my head keep telling me to pray. I'm not supposed to want you, but I do. I faked a heartbreak I didn't go through. Well, you just laughed. It was all okay. It's not the same when I'm with you. I didn't speak it, but I always knew. Your eyes still haunt me till this day. I'm not supposed to want you, but I do. Girl, I've never loved one like you. Please hold on to me. I'm slipping away. It's not the same when I'm with you. I'm not supposed to want you, but I do. In the meadow where musical notes fly, along the shores of a crackling brook stream, where many an animal rest and lie, we watch the clouds continue moving by, like a memory lost in a painter's dream, in the meadow where musical notes fly. In such peaceful moments to multiply, while enjoying the ray of the sun's beam, where many an animal rest and lie, we sat and listened to the willow tree sigh, signs marked on its bark with love as the theme, in the meadows where musical notes fly. In a quiet place under the summer sky, and held within nature's gentle stream, where many an animal rest and lie. There would be no reason to go deny becoming lost within the sky's daydream, in the meadow where musical notes fly, where many an animal rest and lie. End of an era, we're still gathering here, waiting as lights silently go out, and still we stand by all those we hold dear. In silence there would be no reason to fear, watching from windows as they panic and shout, end of an era, and we're still gathered here. The warnings were loud, the warnings were clear, time closed the chapter, as always done throughout, and still we stand by all those we hold dear. So when the curtains fall for the next stage near, shall we then still be here, wise and devout? End of an era, and we're still gathered here. We listen to messengers that did appear, that others would mock and forever doubt. And still we stand by all those we hold dear. Now what shall we know of the new frontier, with all the life that would come in and sprout? End of an era, and we're still gathered here, and still we stand by all those we hold dear. Let the blood of the martyrs fill the streets. If evil must persist, let the blood of the martyrs fill the street. If evil must persist, then let the blood flow, and the silent shift awkwardly in their seat. Have the ground of the earth feel the marching feet. From those fed up, so to the gallows they go. Let the blood of the martyrs fill the street. You who claim justice in each video and tweet, but when it mattered you would never show, and the silence shift awkwardly in their seat. How does the rot taste? You thought it was fine to eat. Spewing ignorance with nothing to know, let the blood of the martyrs fill the street. While the people cry out for evil's defeat, others support the tyrants of whom they are a pro, and the silent shift awkwardly in their seat. Would anything then be ever so sweet if people stood for good and began to grow? Let the blood of the martyrs fill the street, and the silent shift awkwardly in their seat. Would you look at a person in disgust as they support the places evil stood, becoming bedfellows with none you can trust? So pick up your sandals and shake off the dust towards such a house in their neighborhood. Would you look at a person in disgust who takes in sweet kisses of evil's lust in places where no one ever should, becoming bedfellows with none you can trust? They praise morality and topics discussed, pay to talk of things they never understood. Would you look at a person in disgust? Is it any wonder that we should mistrust words of those who don't know the meaning of good, becoming bedfellows with none you can trust? While others stand not because they should but must, to protect as many people as they could. Would you look at a person in disgust, becoming bedfellows with none you can trust? Have you seen the joy of a child's bright smile when they run up to you with something to share? For such are the ways of the juvenile. They set their eyes as they come to beguile, to reject them and the desire you couldn't dare. Have you seen the joy of a child's bright smile? And though it may all go and take a while, as the cool relative you lay the toys bare, for such are the ways of the juvenile. What is more chaotic than snacks in a pile that would cause their parents to see and swear? Have you seen the joy of a child's bright smile? Now, with energy that would last them a mile, as you watch the adult's horrified stare, for such are the ways of the juvenile. All while you time the crash that comes in style, as leaving it to your siblings wouldn't be fair. Have you seen the joy of the child's bright smile? For such are the ways of the juvenile. No skill to draw, so my words became art, while watching their skills through envious eyes, while lost in a rhyme, never to depart. For young was the age when all would go start, poetry written, never to revise. No skill to draw, so my words became art. Echoes of emotion that came from the heart, and the heaviest of all came from the highs, when lost in a rhyme, never to depart. Excuse me. With words of a poet's past, with lines to impart, like a blessing that fell from out of the sky. No skill to draw, so my words became art. Others compiled from letters out from a mart, for how else could they then ever franchise, while lost in a rhyme, never to depart? Yet from those who came to set themselves apart, I set my sights on what I could go devise. No skill to draw, but so my words became art, while lost in a rhyme, never to depart. Went through a willow that's covering me, from the kiss of the wind so bitter and cold, with all the history it ever did see. What stories told through the branches so free, while others search for ways comfort is sold. Went through a willow that's covering me, the bite of the air as cold could be. Only if you step out like a mark of the bold, with all the history it ever did see. As to the burrows, even animals flee away from such weather for them to behold. When through a willow that's covering me. Through the cries that sound like a mournful banshee, the weight of its presence more precious than gold, with all the history it ever did see. Yet such comfort did come from out of a tree that grew its size from ages of old. Went through a willow that's covering me, with all the history it ever did see. Steps to a melody providing a dance, lost in a trance within the body's flow, caring naught of those who may look and glance. They move to the sound of a song's resonance, all to the movements they've been taught to know. Steps to a melody providing a dance. Hypnotic patterns to throw one in a trance, unable to blink or turn from the show, caring naught of those who may look and glance. Through enchanting fire they begin their advance, following the path where the feet must go, steps to a melody providing a dance. Moving into each pose with every stance, whether the music be fast or even slow, caring naught of those who may look and glance. In rooms always open to offer a chance to those seeking new elegant skills to grow, steps to a melody providing a dance, caring naught of those who may look and glance. For all the ones who wish the best for you, would you live for love instead of dying, to see you live a life fulfilled and true, towards adventures to go on through, with all the skills to use and be applying, for all the ones who wish the best for you. And though at times you may not have a clue, there are many who will understand your sighing, to see you live a life fulfilled and true. For many are things through life you can do. What matters is what you will be trying, for all the ones who wish the best for you. All through the old and even into the new, places in which one can be lying, to see you live a life fulfilled and true. Truly many choices, if you opened your view, that can go and feel so gratifying, all for the ones who wish the best for you, to see you live a life fulfilled and true. A flash of lightning across the darkened sky, as sounds of thunder come rolling in. When a growing storm okay, let me start that again. A flash of lightning across the darkened sky, as the sound of thunder comes rolling in, within a growing storm coming nearby. When tornadoes touch the fields in reply,
through the growing force in which they now spin, a flash of lightning across the darkened sky. For who can truly go in and deny the force of nature for which man can't win, within a growing storm coming nearby? Be not like all the fools who go and try, in the tales of madness they all begin, a flash of lightning across the darkened sky, and in their folly among the fields they'll lie, like giving into temptations of sin, within a growing storm coming nearby. So go to a shelter lest you go and die, and remember then that one shouldn't defy a flash of lightning across the darkened sky, within a growing storm coming nearby. Words of poetry pressed into a song, when their words to music all came to be, through the heart another place to belong. Some may start weak before becoming strong, for everyone to finally hear and see. Words of poetry pressed into a song, and learning through failure is never wrong, in order for the words to flow so free. Through the heart another place to belong, before finally feeling them come along, when there's no need to cry or even plea. Words of poetry pressed into a song. Whether it be the sound of a drum or gong, when everyone goes to hold their own key, through the heart another place to belong. Yet, just like music, one should not prolong, for in poetry many can come see. Words of poetry pressed into a song, through the heart of another place to belong. Another strike from the hand of the clock. The hourglass tilts and an hour has gone by. Tick. Another strike from the hand of the clock. The hourglass tilts and an hour has gone by. Talk. And the reaper's coming in to knock. A flash of light the moment you could walk, as parents watch from silence to every cry. Tick. Another strike from the hand of the clock. And with every moment with friends you would talk, with the tales of love that would make you sigh. Talk, and the reaper is coming in to knock. You did not know when the sickness came to stalk, seeping in, causing one to slowly die. Tick, another strike from the hand of the clock. It was never one they could heal or block. You laid in the hospital bed crying, why? Talk, and the reaper is coming in to knock. To truly be healed would have come as a shock, as you take one final glance at the blue sky. Tick, another strike from the hand of the clock. Talk, and the reaper is coming in to knock. The people danced as they cried down with the king. So many of them had been martyred and died. To their one victory they would now sing. For freedom they faced what their death would bring, while sympathizers to tyrants went and cried. To the people danced as they cried down with the king, feelings of liberation from an angel's wing, as they lifted their voices with praise and pride. To their one victory they would now sing. For the people this would be a new spring, as the people of justice cheered by their side. The people danced as they cried down with the king. To take back their country, no greater a thing, for all the decades they had been denied. To their one victory they would now sing. When the tides of the people turned in full swing, for the sake of the innocent who had died, the people dressed as they cried down with the king. To their one victory they would now sing. And we're not even halfway through these. I told you this was going to be a doozy. The ghost of the past could never foresee what we of the present would begin to do when we locked ourselves in chains to not be free. Would we know then how this all came to be, to take advantage of through and through? The ghost of the past could never foresee. How could we lose the self-awareness to see the use of the system to affect me and you, when we locked ourselves in chains to not be free? The moment we gave in to their decree, when the moment honeyed lies denied what's true, the ghost of the past could never foresee. Because a divide to not let them agree, thinking blood on the ground was always the clue, when we locked ourselves in chains not to be free. Finally agreeing to fall and bend the knee, indoctrinating kids with what we would imbue, the ghost of the past could never foresee, when we locked ourselves in chains to not be free. Upon the graves where all the ravens sit. Okay, so this one Goths would love. Goths would love, I mean, I feel like they would love several of the poems I've already talked about, but like this is definitely probably one of the gothiest villanelles I've done. Upon the graves where all the ravens sit, along the morn of the slow creeping mist, would we dare play games of wisdom or wit? Many things said when you refuse to admit, as the lies all continue to persist. Upon the graves where all ravens sit, and all for a tale you decide to commit, even though we thought it may not exist. Would we dare play games of wisdom or wit? For not many a thing would ever come fit, where shadows start to crawl in our midst, upon the graves where all the ravens sit. There would be those in fear who would go and quit, where not a many would ever make the list. Will we ever dare play games of wisdom or wit? There shall be nothing that we shall omit, for the knowledge we will need to insist. Upon the graces where all the ravens sit, would we dare to play games of wisdom or wit? I'm going to need another drink by the time this is all through. Among the flowers of their vibrant hue, as they come to go bloom along the spring, way of life to care for and imbue, many a kind acts of which one could go and do, along with the joy the season can bring, among the flowers of their vibrant hue. People all around will come enjoy the view, along with the songs old and new, which they sing, a way of life to care for and imbue. And although one may not always have a clue, there are those who will take them in their wing, among the flowers of their vibrant hue. As the bees then pollinate through and through for the sake of their queen and never a king, a way of life to care for and imbue, leading then to the perfect time to debut, thinking back to the time you were coloring, among the flowers of their vibrant hue, a way of life to care for and imbue. To prevent the eerie things of fog and night, cast on to the waves of the water's flow, the keeper of the lighthouse shines his light towards the ghostly things that come in sight. From the ghost stories all the sailors know, to prevent the eerie things of fog and night. For many things in the ocean waves invite, as they are distracted by which way to go. The keeper of the lighthouse shines his light within these thankless jobs now done upright, for the ships that sail that many men must row, to prevent the eerie things of fog and night. Though the ghost lights creep in to cause a fright, along with the curses that sailors throw, the keeper of the lighthouse shines his light. So don't let yourself then fall into plight when the ethereal ship begins to show, to prevent the eerie things of fog and night, the keeper of the lighthouse that shines his light. The dryad of the forest in her lament, as men laid to waste all the forest trees, so many things that she could not prevent. For no matter where the humans all went, the rage of spirits they could not appease. The dryad of the forest in her lament, if only they could pause a bit and relent, and grow as many trees as they would seize, so many things she could not prevent. When the ability to see was spent, nor could they listen to the spirits' pleas, the dryad of the forest in her lament. For the age of man left to their own descent to control the world when they took the keys, so many things she could not prevent. And as she knew they would never repent, she faded away back into her trees, the dryad of the forest in her lament, so many things she could not prevent. There is a lonely road that appears at night, a place where many never come to find, little off the main path, slightly out of sight. As you drive on by under the pale moonlight, not knowing you went and left it all behind, there is a lonely road that appears at night. A spirit road, as some may know with delight, for what else is there of its very kind? Little off the main path, slightly out of sight. So theories come in with debates to fight of such a road that no man had designed. There is a lonely road that appears at night. And although they all go and try with their might, the road could not go and never be confined. Little off the main path, slightly out of sight. So with tired eyes driving through midnight, should you see it, you don't have to mind. There is a lonely road that appears at night, a little off the main path, slightly out of sight. Offerings left where all villagers know, along the still edge of the mountain base, where guardians come and guardians go. Never seen by where the forest trees grow, along the paths where none dare to go trace. Offerings left where all villagers know. They felt the presence of what they could never show, silently moving within its agile grace, where the guardians come and guardians go. Within the night, drawing near and low, the people slept in each home and place. Offerings left where all the villagers know. A blessing's tiny to come and bestow, for all the things to feel and to come and embrace, where guardians come and guardians go. What it was that came they would never know, for none would go seek and reveal their face. Offerings left where all villagers know, where guardians come and guardians go. Man, this is going to be... If it was just for one, would God still die, to come down as a human by their side, and rise on the third to ascend to the sky? What would he leave behind to go and try, towards the place their souls would go and hide? If it was just for one, would God still die, to give his love and words to then apply, while in his arms for you to then confide, and rise on the third to ascend to the sky? Even for one would he ever deny, with abandoning love towards the one he eyed? If it was just for one, would God still die? When he came as Jesus, would the one ask why? Why just for him to save that he came and died, and rise on the third to ascend to the sky? It was always the love towards you and I, to bring us all into his embrace inside. If it was just for one, would God still die, and rise on the third to ascend to the sky? He came to bug Karen along the river Styx, always towards the ferryman's dismay, to get on the boat and get his fix. Within the land of the dead, where souls do mix, a man of the living came every day. Came to bug Karen along the river Styx. For a sense of adventure to get his kicks, he would not return but would always stay, to get on the boat and to get his fix. Forgive me if I'm pronouncing his name wrong. Get on the boat, and yet the ferryman would deny his tricks while he would try and figure out a way. He came to bug Karen. I will figure out how to say his name in the future properly. Along the river Styx. If it was a mortal, he developed tics every time the man came to try and play, to get on the boat and to get his fix. Such a goth of a man with a crucifix, to wander the underworld to go delay. He came to bug Karen along the river Styx, to get on the boat and to get his fix. The people say they heard lightning talk every time the thunderstorm would come by. If it was true, it would be such a shock. It claimed to like music of metal and rock, as it said when it thundered across the sky, that people say they heard the lightning talk. Was a man in a machine with whom storms did flock, for the people thought it must be a lie. If it was true, it would be such a shock. Yet the storm would laugh and the storm would mock at all the people who would go deny. As the people say they heard the lightning talk, it went in its mirth to then strike a block. Multiple times would be the storm's reply. If it was true, it would be such a shock. They all knew they became a laughing stock as they told the tale with a heavy sigh. The people say they heard the lightning talk. If it was true, it would be such a shock. Guess what the lightning's about to do? A dragon among lizards for none to know, within plain sight to go deceive their eyes, for in its wisdom was to never show. Watch the path where all the people go, it continued to learn while in its disguise, the dragon among lizards for none to know. It would find its home within the grotto under the glowing crystals as its prize, for in its wisdom was to never show. Yet the boats still came by the water's flow, seeking places where they said treasures lie, the dragon among lizards for none to know. Now into the storms it would hide behind, and the men came in to search and uprise, for in its wisdom was to never show. To then chase them away a curse of woe, least it would come in to then agonize, a dragon among lizards for none to know, for in its wisdom was to never show. A crown of power and another king dies, corrupted now by the curse of the land, and within their graves the spirits will rise. Another comes to grab with greed in their eyes, to rule for a short while, then die where they stand. A crown of power and another king dies, where while hubris comes to deceive with its lies, for a crown to go placed within their head, and within their graves their spirits will rise. And who should it be, the fool who defies, as their voice is not one to go command? A crown of power and another king dies. It's always the It always goes to those who think they're wise before they start issuing every demand, and within their graves their spirits will rise. Even the men of wisdom under the skies, none would toss a crown into the molten stand. A crown of power and another king dies, and within their graves their spirits will rise. Oh man, 40 to do. Whoop 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 whoop. It wanders the earth for a grave to find, forgotten by time in the ages past. The spirits still search for the grave assigned. Some claim to see the spirit, but they were blind and deaf to hear as well. To all it asked. It wandered the earth for a grave to find. The only ancient ghost of their own kind. If the others could see, they'd be aghast. The spirit still searches for the grave assigned. Such a resting place was meant for it to bind, while it was tossed away like an outcast. It wanders the earth for a grave to find. Aimlessly wandering, it seemed not to mind. It would continue to come and move on past. The spirit still searches for the grave assigned. And should the spirit stop and halt its grind, within the place it would come in at last. It wandered the earth for a grave to find. The spirit once searched for the grave assigned. There was a childhood home now faded away, with lingering tales, nostalgia once told, of an area where we would once play. But changes will come and nothing will stay, aside from the memories we always hold. There was a childhood home now faded away. And odd when we moved to be gone one day, away from the place one day to be sold, of an area where we would once play. For nothing is the same when time had its way, from the experiences of the young and old. There was a childhood home now faded away. Yet thoughts will sometimes come along like a stray, as we think of a time more precious than gold, of an area where we would once play. So, like a message from the wind with something to say, of a time that pictures would always behold, there was a childhood home, now faded away, of an area where we would once play. Lost and forgotten, now sitting alone, the toy left behind as we moved from the home, perhaps another would give it a throne.
It was not in a box where the others were thrown, where when we like gypsies would leave as we'd roam, lost and forgotten, now sitting alone, away in that corner we never had known, silently sitting like runes on a tome, perhaps another would give it a throne. And how could we remember all that we'd own, to open the boxes and through them go home, lost and forgotten, now sitting alone? A time comes when favorites are outgrown as we traveled into a new biome. Perhaps another would give it a throne. For the chaos mistakes are rather prone to leave things behind where we once called home. Lost and forgotten, now sitting alone. Perhaps another would give it a throne. There was a friend I left many years ago, with connections lost for many years to be, who I met as a stranger I didn't know. If we're not careful, life can disrupt our flow, to tear away friends we no longer would see. There was a friend I left many years ago. We went on our path, the other couldn't go. To meet again, we had no guarantee, who I met as a stranger I didn't know. It's easy to forget faces that don't show, as I'm sure others would know and agree. There was a friend I left many years ago. So what to do then other than say hello, when there's no other word we could foresee? Who I met as a stranger I didn't know. Now into a new friendship for no reason to bestow, blessings given to allow one to be free. There was a friend I left many years ago, who I met as a stranger I didn't know. In tears of joy, call it nostalgia heart, watching them play with things of the past, with all the games I love that they would start. Games I love to never go and be apart, loving them from the first moment to the last. In tears of joy, call it nostalgia heart, towards all the villains they would outsmart. How could I not smile as kids having a blast, with all the games I love that they would start? The ways they played, one could call it an art, with all the skills grown to be unsurpassed. In tears of joy, call it nostalgia heart. They listened to lessons the past would impart, in the era of the post they would outlast, with all the games I love that they would start. Did we ever know that they would be so smart, with the abilities they would pick up fast? In tears of joy, call it nostalgia heart, with all the games I love that they would start. In faded school grounds gone now in disarray, In faded school grounds gone now in disarray, that place many once came to play and grow, the school now in ruins where none would stay. In a ghost town people once left one day, within the reasons hidden that none would know, in faded school grounds gone now in disarray. After effects of the Cold War, some would say, with all the melancholy it would show, the school now in ruins where none would stay. Would we hear the echoes of those who would play, brought back to the past before people would go, in faded school grounds now gone now in disarray? Along the creaking swings that would slowly sway, all while hearing the caw of a watching crow, the school now in ruins where none would stay. For what reasons would you go have your way, where the ghostly children haunt a place of woe, in faded school grounds gone now in disarray? The school is now in ruin where none would stay. A faded dream at the edge of the mind, with memories of who I could have been, when vivid images of her coming kind. Would anyone expect it to be aligned, no matter the place I'd gone and seen? A faded dream at the edge of my mind. Gone a moment, but she always would find and leave her presence in a foggy screen, when vivid images of her coming kind. When forgotten, she would return to remind just why she was the ethereal queen, and a faded dream at the edge of my mind. Pedestals built and she would be enshrined to go and praise the waves of this undine, when vivid images of her coming kind. Undine, to go and praise the waves of this Undine, when vivid images of her coming kind. Who was it truly who would be confined to be careful of words and what they mean? A faded dream at the edge of my mind, when vivid images of her coming kind.
I held the keys to power as people fell. Was the price of my place laid by the dead, where blood and guilt now eternally dwell? With all these lives into a systems I'd sell, listening to what the voice of the stock said, I held the keys to power as people fell. Some may think my path would bring me to hell. Upon the moment, the fates would snap the thread, where blood and guilt now eternally dwell. Could I not? Could I or the others fully foretell all the paths my legs would go to be led? I held the keys to power as people fell. Should I die, let me not be trapped in a cell, on a table, or tortured where others bled, where blood and guilt now eternally dwell. And who should the sound of my voice compel, when not in my soul has anything been fed? I had the keys to power as the people fell, where the people in guilt now eternally dwell. Man, like after like a certain point, it's just like allegory of the cave where the dead lie, like a frog in a well with what they know, never to go and see the bright blue sky. Would they ever know the way that birds fly, with all the places they migrate and go? Allegory of the cave where the dead lie. Did they hear the missing shadows reply, missing the things that life would come in and show, never to go and see the bright blue sky? Would they believe the friend's voice to be alive when he was brought out many days ago? Allegory of the cove, and it's where they. Allegory of the cave, and it's where the dead lie. Of all the truth they would all go deny, and their refusal to believe and follow, never to go and see the bright blue sky, only for many to look back asking why. They ignore wisdom others would bestow. Allegory of the cave where the dead lie, never to go see the bright blue sky. The Sandman comes as I fight to not sleep, as my body begins to sway and shake. To go collect his due, the man must reap. For what is there towards the awake to keep, with all the things they try to go and take? And the Sandman comes as I fight not to sleep, or to not sleep. Excuse me. Whew. And there is no running into the deep, and in the ethereal for dreams to partake. To go collect his dues, the man must reap. To cloud the tired mind with jumping sheep, as there's never a plan to forsake. The Sandman comes as I fight not to sleep. If we're not careful, the darkness comes to reap, while hearing the lies of a talking snake. To collect his dues, the man must reap. There is no reason to go in and weep before reality begins to quake. The Sandman comes and I fight to not sleep. To go collect his dues, the man must reap. Your eyes like start getting cross-eyed out after a while. Fun fact: I did this in Comic Sans just for a bit of a break. I did this in Comic Sans because I put out a poll asking people what kind of font they'd like to see this in. Only a select few people voted, and the ones who voted for Comic Sans. So for the 5 people who did actually vote when I put it on multiple sites, I did it for the ones who actually voted, and thus it was done in Comic Sans. What will it take for wars to go and cease, for men in power with the games they play, while under the guise of promising peace? For the sake of money to go and increase, while others to heal to choose to then stay. What will it take for wars to go and cease? Will countries in their hate begin to release all the missiles they shoot off every day, while under the guise of promising peace? Fools cry out for a dictator to increase, with all the propaganda they're paid to say. What will it take for wars to go and cease? They go cry to their morality police because an evil dictator died this day, while under the guise of promising peace. Yet the people cry as evil begins to decrease, while not believing the words they convey. What will it take for wars to go and cease, while under the guise of promising peace? Okay, so this one, 71. So what I did here is I created
a Seijo Villanelle hybrid. Seijo being the Korean poetic form that is their equivalent of the haiku, but longer, and they have like a human thing at the end of their Seijo. So it's like nature, continuing the scene. So it's scene, continue the scene, human element is typically how a Seijo goes. What I have done is through this Villanelle, I have combined the Seijo element, the way a Seijo works with like the syllables and all of that, all the way down. It is a Seijo Villanelle hybrid. Across the expanse of the horizon under the sky, held like a mirror from the reflection of the ocean, where our vanity asks us to go conquer or try, would we consider the universe where all the stars lie to give into the hands a moment of our devotion across the expanse of the horizon under the sky? The ancient trees know but a moment as they watch as men die, and who are we to think while within heightened emotion when our vanity asks us to go conquer and try? Have we gone and counted the birds within the flocks they fly towards the calls they all make and their constant commotion along the expanse of the horizon under the sky? Through the clouds coming with rain, giving the earth a relieving sigh, as all things through life, like time, are ever in constant motion, where our vanity asks of us to go conquer and try. So we watch the scales of nature continue to pass us by, to charm our eyes and heartbeats before giving us a notion, across the expanse of the horizon under the sky, where our vanity asks us to go conquer and try. And now here is, so initially I was going to do a haiku Villanelle combo, but I couldn't properly think of a haiku system. So what I did instead was I have implemented the Senryu, which is basically haiku adjacent. It's about the lived experience. It's about humanity, all of the, like, what makes us us, right? So this is that hybrid. So I've done a Seijo hybrid, I've done a Sento hybrid, I've done a Senryu hybrid of Villanelles, because I wasn't just going to do plain Villanelles, now was I, in a volume of 100 of them. Staring at the air, unaware of what's around, when thoughts come to ensnare, in such weather fair for the mind to be sky-bound, staring at the air. Now gone without care, no longer tethered on ground, when thoughts come and snare, blink into time's glare, while sent into a rebound, staring at the air. Brain cells gone elsewhere, while thinking something profound, when thoughts come and snare. Some say it's not fair, as madness shows its teeth bare, staring at the air, when thoughts come and snare. A flash of a smile and my thoughts disappear, as I fumble all the words I long to say, towards the beauty I wish to hold dear, only to now stare in the face of my fear before my thoughts then come in to betray. A flash of a smile and my thoughts disappear. From the one I didn't expect to come near, an opportunity doesn't come every day, towards the beauty I wish to hold dear. With a siren-like voice she made it clear, when she came in to go and have her way, a flash of a smile and my thoughts disappear. Unexpected places that one could appear, forgoing all the dating games people play, towards the beauty I wish to hold dear. Would this now finally become my year? Will spring come to the desert I would stay? A flash of a smile and my thoughts disappear, towards the beauty I wish to hold dear. Sinking into dreams of the deep big blue, under the waves that come in to consume. Is this a nightmare to push our way on through? What all are the things that one could go do when facing off with your apparent doom, sinking into dreams of the deep big blue? From vivid to lucid, would we have a clue? Least we go to be embraced by the gloom. Is this a nightmare to push our way on through? Despite knowing that none of this could be true, under the waters where darkness come to loom, sinking into dreams of the deep big blue.
In adventures we didn't expect to ensue, floating on down into a watery tomb, is this a nightmare to push our way on through? Time passes slowly in dreams it can't pursue, and moments once again begin to resume, sinking into dreams of the deep big blue. Is this a nightmare to push our way on through? Fighting for control of the mind to wake, when my eyes are beginning to drift and tire, like an artist that wants to finish and make. Yet sleep is not something to go and forsake, as your body starts to droop in like a mire, fighting for control for a mind to wake. Taking energy drinks for your brain to shake, so you can try and finish all you desire, like an artist that wants to finish and make. For now is not the time to take a break, when all the goals all start coming down to the wire. Fighting for control of a mind to wake. Second wind coming in like an earthquake, as oxygen comes to light things on fire, like an artist that wants to finish and make. With a little lost time to go and retake, before the night you can go and retire, fighting for control of a mind to wake, like an artist that wants to finish and make. And everything finally comes to an end, would you turn to look back with pride or regret? What would you leave behind before you transcend? Would you write your own history to be penned, so it didn't go and get erased or reset when everything finally comes to an end? Did you keep your promise, or just pretend to go out giving more than you would get? What would you leave behind before you transcend? In life, we don't always do what we intend, as we cast our dice to go and make our bet when everything finally comes to an end. Did you become the one the others would depend whenever they were feeling down or upset? What would you leave behind before you transcend? What would be the words of your life from a friend, like one who came to help you out of a debt? When everything finally comes to an end, what would you leave behind before you transcend? The first snow of the winter season falling under the beautiful silent winter's night. So pure in its single path and calling. Something about it so enthralling, like watching the glow of a dancing light, the first snow of a winter season falling. And although it can be rather appalling, as cars skid on by with a sudden fright, so pure in its single path and calling. For others it would cause them to be stalling, to figure out if it's hate or a delight, the first snow of the winter season falling. Before the children come out and begin brawling, building their bases for their snowball fight, so pure in its single path and calling. Truly remaining ever so enthralling within the cold, and glistening sparks of white, the first snow of the winter season's falling, so pure in its single path and calling. Many a person longs for summer break to enjoy vacation and all the sun's rays, a moment of joy for no one to take. Some to experiment with what they'd make, productively spending their summer days. Many a person longs for a summer break. Dog days of summer for those bored and awake, a group of those not giving in to the craze, a moment of joy for no one to take. Others go to cool down, to swim at the lake, as others flaunt their fit for people's praise. Many a person longs for a summer break. Before the smell of barbecue, cooking steak, filling the air to send them into a daze. A moment of joy for no one to take. For what reason? For what reason would one go and forsake a moment of enjoyment through peaceful days? Many a person longs for a summer break, a moment of joy for no one to take. The storm entering the beginning of spring, for plants to come alive and start to grow, and all the animals life come to bring. The birds return as they begin to sing, telling tales only they could ever know, the storm entering the beginning of spring. When bright colors come into the world to cling, before fading into the summer's glow, and all the animals' life comes to bring. Even as the bugs awake for some to sting, and pollinate, so both may then show, the storm entering the beginning of spring. Others come to take their own under their wing, holding to gossip they got from a crow, and all the animals' life come to bring. All the animals' life comes to bring. And we all felt alive, thinking we could do anything, in perfect weather to go with the flow, the storm entering the beginning of spring, and all the animals life comes to bring. In come the colors of a vibrant decay, as summer air enters in a cool breeze, when autumn signs appear on display. From festivals into a harvest day, for a time to enter in a sweet reprise. Reprise. In come the color of a vibrant decay. And through all the leaves that your children will play, watching by parents while they are feeling at ease, when the autumn signs appear on display. While the birds begin to migrate away, and their flocks to go and fly as they please, in come the colors of a vibrant decay. As seasons will pass, never to stay, always with its weather coming to tease, when autumn signs appear on display. Though it may enter with a bit of delay, it would still come in the way it please. In come the colors of a vibrant decay, when the autumn signs appear on display. Oh, what joy within the essence of taste, within the flavors that fall right on the tongue. To have food unfinished would be such a waste. There are those who eat slow and others with haste, as they pretend the food with the words they sung. Oh, what joy within the essence of taste. Some deal with the challenge all parents have faced, as they deal with the food each child has flung. To have food unfinished would be such a waste. Well, every 7 years, taste buds are replaced, as they hope it'll affect the mind of the young. Oh, what a joy within the essence of taste. And heaven forbid it should come be erased, for such is a feeling will truly have stung. To have food unfinished would be such a waste. All for the food to have simply been graced, thanks the unseen heroes whose work should be sung. Oh, what joy within the essence of taste, to have food unfinished would be such a waste. How will you deal with a feeling's desire when seduction comes to give you a chance that begins to consume you like a raging fire? With all the things that you'll give to acquire that's hidden beneath a coy sly glance, how will you deal with a feeling's desire that longs to go and bring your passions higher, through the touch of the lips that kiss in a trance that begins to consume you like a raging fire, skin to skin in a time for you to tire, to make you believe you're trapped in a romance? How will you deal with a feeling's desire to then tempt a man with your lustful attire, when you invoke a feeling to come in to enhance that begins to consume you like a raging fire? What will it take to make you sing like the choir, when pulled within an irresistible dance? How will you deal with a feeling's desire that begins to consume you like a raging fire? A swing of the swords as steel on steel clash, movements so fast they're not seen with the eye, with sparks in the air before covered in ash, rivals to villains with a pirate party to crash, all for the hero they come to defy. A swing of the sword as steel on steel clash, a strike with the sword, then gone with a flash, across the area where battlefields lie, with sparks in the air before covered in ash, to aim for the other, to go and then thrash, as civilians below hear their war cry. A swing of the sword as steel on steel clash, always their actions to go and be rash, as the one who defends goes up with a sigh, with sparks in the air before covered in ash. To keep track of it all would give one whiplash. You can't help but wonder if someone will die. That swing of the sword as steel on steel clash, with sparks in the air before covered in ash. Lovers in the night with a long sigh, lost inside their voices, lost within their flow, together forever should even they die. Like Perseus and Andromeda in the sky, among the stars where constellations show, the lovers in the night with a long sigh, ignoring pamphlets of men, and they all cry, for in their own world the couple must go, together forever should even they die. Stories told where romance will lie, hidden in places where only they know, the lovers of the night with a long sigh. And who should come to try and defy, to go in between, to let upon them be woe, together forever should even they die. We heard of legends none will deny, that make the heart warm and sets them aglow, the lovers of the night with a long sigh, together forever should even they die. The essence of water to go with the flow, from its raging waves to a gentle stream. Why should it concern itself where it may go? A patience held to bring the mountains low, while moving through wherever it may deem. The essence of water to go with the flow. To others a relief of thirst to bestow, as you stand in hot weather so extreme. Why should it concern itself where it may go? Holding on to secrets many still don't know, from the depths of the ocean to a bloodstream, the essence of water to go with the flow. Some find enjoyment in the deep below, holding it with both fear and great esteem. Why should it concern itself where it may go? We delight in the gentle waves moving slow during vacation days as if in a dream, the essence of water to go with the flow. Why should it concern itself where it may go? The heat of fire as it begins to burn, consuming all within an inferno's rage, and an endless hunger for it to yearn, giving warmth to destruction in its turn. Ways to respect and fear in every age, the heat of the fire as it begins to burn. For proper ways to use it one must discern, and pass down the knowledge into a page, in an endless hunger for it to yearn. Folly comes from those with little concern, who bring on an uncontrollable rampage, the heat of the fire as it begins to burn. A volatile element, as all will learn, beholden to no capture or a cage, in an endless hunger for it to yearn. The respect one gives, they get in return, holding true through every moment and stage, the heat of the fire as it begins to burn, and an endless hunger for it to yearn. Okay, I need another drink. Give me a sec. That tastes weird. Embrace of the air that comes with a kiss, fickle in nature, all through the land and sky, as it explores life with feelings of bliss. Only to the void of space would it diss, held beyond the surface where winds could fly. Embrace of the air that comes with a kiss. Guiding time as it begins to reminisce, seeing the balance of life where people lie, as it explores life with the feelings of bliss. Invisible but impossible to miss, giving to elements ways to amplify. Embrace of the air that comes with a kiss. To not enjoy a cool breeze we'd be remiss. Relief from summer heat none would deny, as it explores life with feelings of bliss. Yet it may still come as a hit and miss, as storm pressure comes in to apply. Embrace of the air that comes with a kiss, as it explores life with feelings of bliss. Stalwart warden, standing ever so still, holding all upon that comes to stand. Holding all upon it that comes to stand, like a stoic guardian full of will. Gravity making sure nothing will spill. Holding all on the planet and the land, stalwart warden standing ever so still, in a rotation so fast for life to fill, to think some believe it was made unplanned, like a stoic guardian full of will. Minding not what things give people a thrill, holding very little in its demand, stalwart warden standing ever so still. With a calm, slow movements of knowledge to instill, while believing we're the ones still in command, like a stoic guardian full of will. Would we ever think to go gain such skill, like the fields of the earth and every strand, a stalwart warden standing ever so still, like a stoic guardian full of will? Dawn of the day with the rise of the sun, as early birds begin to rise from their sleep, filled with energy to go and get things done. They claim that their rhythm is for everyone, that no one in the morning should be asleep. Dawn of the day with the rise of the sun. To rise early, finish early, and have fun. The day is not over, you should not weep, filled with energy to go and get things done. Yet the groggy refuse to go and be one, for why should they awake and go and reap the dawn of the day with the rise of the sun? Circadian rhythm, not meant for everyone, and yet that rhetoric they go to keep, while filled with energy to go and get things done. To the nocturnal you would surely stun, as they awake when they begin to sleep, in the dawn of the day with the rise of the sun, now filled with energy to go and get things done. Time of the nocturnal during the night, all while the others remain in their bed. Night owls all begin to enter into sight. Truly a time they hold in their delight, whether goth or an artistic airhead. Time of the nocturnal during the night. Some begin to bathe under the moonlight as it shines down on them over their head. Night owls all begin to enter into sight. This should technically be into sight, right? Acting as if it was part of their birthright during a time when best secrets are said, a time of the nocturnal during the night, when stories and dreams are brought to their height with all the ideas they've ever been fed. Night owls all begin to enter into sight. Such a time will always come to excite as others continue to sleep like the dead. A time of the nocturnal during the night. Night owls all begin to enter into sight. They waste their time as they desire to go hate at all the things they long to go attack, when their time would be better to just create. Perhaps it would be thanks of some kind of fate, allowing the bitterness to begin to crack. They waste their time as they desire to go hate. In their potential, this should not be their state, while each continues to act like a maniac, when their time would be better to just create. If only they could let go of that weight. While they hold their desire to go and smack, they waste their time as they desire to go hate. Even as they are offered a free slate that calls out asking them to come on back, when their time would be better to just create. Yeah, I did not come here to go berate, only to add on to your potential stack. They waste, okay, that was supposed to be, they waste their time as they desire to go and hate, when their time would be better to just create. It's always 2 steps forward, 1 step back, in all the things I strive to go and do. I constantly question if there's something I lack. It feels like all my goals are always set back. I watch others succeed in what I strive to. It's always 2 steps forwards and 1 step back. Frustration lingers like it's an attack as I try to scrape and find a single clue. I constantly question if there's something I lack. Then I go out to act like a maniac before I come back while feeling anew. It's always 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Through my failures, I never cut myself slack, knowing well it won't help me go on through. I constantly question if there's something I lack. But sometimes still yourself needs a good smack for all the disdain that is simply not true. It's always 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I constantly question if there's something I lack. Ghost by the grave with whom I often walk, throughout the night and the fog and day, listening to lost history as they talk. There is no need to go possess or stalk, when it is my company I'd give away. Ghost by the grave with whom I'd often walk. As a murder of crows come in their flock, intrigued by the attention I send their way, listening to lost history as they talk. If people could see, would they be in shock of the one who listens to what spirits say? Ghosts of the grave with whom I often walk. Voices of terror some say one must block, but they are not the ones who easily betray, listening to lost history as they talk. There are many things a person could unlock when sitting with the outcast and the stray, ghosts by the grave with whom I often walk, listening to lost history as they talk. Abandoned house alone by the river bay, standing still as time goes passing on by, with memories locked of when children would play, falling into ruin through each passing day, while still kissed by the glow of a moonlit sky, the abandoned house alone by the river bay. Many a tale about it people would say, of the last time someone inside would die, with memories locked of when children would play. Before tests of courage would come its way, for the brave and the bold to go and weigh, in an abandoned house alone by the river bay. There's a beauty held in its slow decay, and all the items that remain to stay, with memories locked of when children would play. In a place once held in a majestic display, where people once would visit every day. In that abandoned house alone by the river bay, with memories locked of when children would play. Acts of kindness are good, whether big or small, like the rising of every single dawn, for a brighter future that always will call. Let's pick up a person when they will fall, so they know there's someone they can count on. Acts of kindness are good, whether big or small. Show that they don't need to drown in alcohol when they're feeling depressed and too far gone, for a brighter future that will always call. For us to show the light of Jesus to all, knowing it was meant to be a marathon. Acts of kindness are good, whether big or small. And no one is perfect and has gone a wall. As no one is perfect and has gone a wall, to pull them from the fifth they sit upon. To pull them from the filth they sit upon, for a brighter future that will always call. Even though we may often stand and stall, asking what to say, noticing they're gone, acts of kindness are good, whether big or small, for a brighter future that will always call. Born of a castle came a lonely man, as the people did cry, all praise to the king. There was nothing he could do about his lifespan. No matter how many times killers would plan, there was no pain that death claimed to go bring. Born of a castle came a lonely man. Immortal still as the tides of time would span, listening to every song the bards would sing, there was nothing he could do about his lifespan. Benevolent king for whom people would stand, bringing the unfortunate under his wing. Born of a castle came a lonely man. Eventually they would not know when it began, for his fate was never held on by a string. There was nothing he could do about his lifespan. There is no place here where he could have ran, as people still went and sang Long Live the King. Born of a castle came a lonely man. There was nothing he could do about his lifespan. Along came a gambling man making a bet, a reaper's disguise for someone to die. He laid the table and the game was set. Such an elegant man you ever have met. To come upon a place all men must lie. Along came a gambling man making a bet. A chance to come, yet many would still sweat as they'd accept the game, eager to try. He laid the table and the game was set. There would be no need for a single threat towards the ones who would come in to defy. Along came a gambling man making a bet. No matter the time or even the regret of the people who asked if they could retry, he laid the table and the game was set. And to whom you're dealing with, you mustn't forget the man dressed in a cloak with a smile so wry. Along came a gambling man making a bet. He laid the table and the game was set. To learn patience, temperance must be slow, though within our frustrations we may cry, when in the end you're the tree who would grow. The request we asked before we would know, now trapped here with a growing groaning sigh. To learn patience, temperance must be slow. Like the strike of a blacksmith with every blow, making us feel like we're wanting to die, when in the end you're the tree who would grow. You still sit and ask to be allowed to go. He would look, laugh, and in his wisdom deny. To learn patience, temperance must be slow. There should be a comma between patience and temperance, shouldn't there? Boop, 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 boop. Sometimes one must go be taught how to glow, even though they're constantly asking why, when in the end you're the tree who would grow. Eventually to be someone he would show, so we could be someone whom others can rely. To learn patience, temperance must be slow, when in the end you're the tree who would grow. The strike of the forge, and I'm feeling pain, and the place where the weakness comes in to die. We kill our comfort so that we can gain. Some may look and think us to be insane, as they hold no desire to change or try. The strike of the forge, and I'm feeling pain. How else are we supposed to go and obtain the place that holds where all our dreams do lie? We kill our comfort so that we can gain. For this one should not go to try in vain, The work you get is the work you apply. The strike of the forge, and I'm feeling pain. A place to obsess and come back again and again towards a result where none can deny. We kill our comfort so that we can gain. It matters not, well, whether others look in disdain. In order to be like the eagles of the sky, the strike of the forge, and I'm feeling pain, we kill our comfort so that we can gain. And finally, we are finally on the 100th Villanelle. It has taken almost 2 hours to get here, but we made it. Heaven help us with volume 50. All the people go hail the king and queen, who wave down from the platform they now stand. Such a duo that the world has never seen, who walk the graves where battles have once been, for the ones who now rule over the land. All the people go hail the king and queen, for the prophecy was always foreseen. In a world they all long to go expand, such a duo that the world has never seen. Honorable rulers for the people to lean, with all the righteous justice they would command. All the people go hail the king and queen, held hidden in the place between the green. Towards all the lost they would extend a hand, such a duo that the world has never seen. When you have popular rulers of the Fae over the places of magic and beauty so grand, all the people go hail the king and queen, such a duo that the world has never seen. We are done. That is it for volume 40. You will probably see me in you'll see me in the after the fact 4,000 poems after the fact, where I talk about that experience and everything that went down. You're also probably going to see me react to some stuff potentially, but until I complete the next 1,000 poems and reach volume 50, you're not going to see the next 10 essentially videos. Oh, there's going to be one major splice thing, but you're not going to see the next videos until the next 10 videos, that is, until volume 50. So with that being said, I will see you guys later. Bye.